Good morning, everybody. I'm James the Weatherman. How is everybody doing today? Welcome to my stream. We're going to be talking about... Good morning, everybody. I was listening to myself. We're going to be talking about the major hurricane, Laura, that was just upgraded as of 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time to a Category 4. I tried eating really fast and... because today's gonna be a long stream. I'm gonna be going all the way into landfall. So if you guys don't have to stay all the whole time, but once it gets close to landfall, if you guys come back, make sure you say hi now and make sure you say hi then, and then I'll be like, yeah, you were at the beginning of the stream. So Leela Nest news said it might go to a Cat 5. Can't rule it out, but it's not likely. Okay, so usually at the beginning of my streams, I say, hey, everybody say hello, and I'll say hi back to you. Just say hi in the chat, or type 1, or whatever you want to do. Josh, hello. Seth, Dom, hello. Jonathan, hello. Daily, Leland, Bing, Jeff Goldberg, hello. Luke Castle plays, hello. Michael, hello. Jeff, I said your name, Jeff Goldberg. You're a new guy. I haven't seen you. Welcome, I'm James the Weatherman. If you're new, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. I always have a tough time saying this person's name. Khalida, I think. Hey mama, how are you? The max the hurricane can get is a 5, but I don't think we'll look into it. We're going to start out with the update. Laura continues to rapidly strengthen, and it is expected to become an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. It is a Category 4 hurricane. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding expected along the northwest Gulf Coast tonight. Only a few hours remain to protect life and property. So last night yesterday we had tons of streams. Monday we had tons of streams. We were streaming all day. Today's just to be another day like that. We're going to have some speakers. We're going to be checking with the governor's press briefings. I know they're around noon. If a mod in my chat is able to look that up. Actually, I think both my mods live in... that are here right now. If you're in Louisiana or Texas, just let me know when your governor's press briefing's going to be. And I will check that out. Hey Ken, you're new. Welcome. Bold as a lion, you're new. Okay, so at 10 a.m., Hurricane Laura was located 225 miles south-southeast of Lake Charles, Louisiana. About 235 miles southeast of Galveston, Texas. Maximum sustained winds was 125 miles per hour, according to the recon data. Present movement is northwest or 310 degrees at 16 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure is 956 millibars. Let me pull up. Let's go on over to the cone. Now, you can go to the National Hurricane Center and you can see this. Hey, SPC Queens. Hey, Ming. Welcome. Thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys subscribe. So, at 10 a.m., the eye of Hurricane Laura was located near latitude 27 north and longitude 92 west. Laura is moving towards the northwest near 16 miles per hour. Gradual turn towards the north-northwestward and north is expected later today and tonight. On the forecast track, Laura will be approaching the upper Texas and southwest Louisiana coast this evening and move inland within that area tonight. The center of Laura is forecasted to move over northwestern Louisiana tomorrow, across Arkansas Thursday night, and over mid-Mississippi Valley on Friday. Data from the NOAA and Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircrafts indicated that maximum sustained winds have increased to 125 miles per hour with higher gusts. Laura is a Category 3 hurricane on the Safari-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Additional strengthening is expected, and Laura is forecast to become a Category 4 hurricane this afternoon. Rapid weakening is expected after Laura makes landfall. Hurricane-force winds extend outward of 70 miles from the center of tropical storm. Force winds extend outward up to 175 miles. Latest minimal central pressure estimated from Renaissance aircraft data is 956 millibars. Key messages. Let's go to most likely arrival of winds. This afternoon, you will be feeling, if you are in Louisiana or Texas, you will be feeling tropical storm force winds. That tropical storm force winds is 34 knots, 39 mile per hour or greater. You'll start to feel hurricane force winds later on in the evening if you're in near 75 miles from the center of Laura. Storm surge and tropical storm force winds will will arrive within the warning areas well in advance of Laura's center later today. All preparations to protect life and property should be rushed to completion in the next few hours. This is coming from 10 a.m. Like I said, all preparation to protect life and property should be rushed to completion in the next few hours. Storm surge. The combination of dangerous storm surge and the tide will cause normally dry areas near the coast to be flooded by rising waters. Moving inland. Oh, I forgot to silence my phone. Sorry about that. I think that was my doctor. That's probably my doctor. Combination of dangerous storm surge and the tide will cause normally dry areas near the coast to be flooded by rising waters moving inland from the shoreline. The water could reach the following heights above ground somewhere in the indicated areas if the peak surge occurs at the time of the high tide. So, yesterday, the governor said that today is the peak of high tide this month. And this should be arriving later in the evening. It'll be after the high tide, because usually high tide's, I think, around 7 or 8 p.m. But it's still, you got to think about it. High tide and then having a hurricane come in, possibly a Category 4 hurricane, making landfall. You just got to be aware. So Johnson Bay, Louisiana to Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, including Calisayo Lake, 15 to 20 feet storm surge. Searim State Park, Texas to Johnson Bay, Louisiana, including Sabine Lake, 10 to 15. Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge to Intercoastal City, Louisiana, 10 to 15. Intercoastal City, Louisiana to Morgan City, including Vermilion Bay, 8 to 12 feet. Port Bolivar, Texas to Searim State Park, 6 to 9 feet. Morgan City, Louisiana to mouth of Mississippi River, 4 to 7 feet. So I got something to really say. Mouth of Mississippi River is where Mississippi River empties into the Gulf, right? Imagine 4 to 7 feet of storm surge coming in. That's pushing Mississippi water back up north. That, including rainfall, is going to be catastrophic. There's going to be tons and tons of flooding. And I'm really, really worried if you or your friends or family, I talked about this yesterday, communication with your family and friends. We will talk about that today as well. But if you are near a low-lying area close to a river, you need to get out. Unless you have like a levee that really, really can protect you and you have trust in it, I suggest you get out. If you are in a mandatory evacuation, I suggest you heed that evacuation and you get out. Okay? I can't force you. YouTubers can't do anything but tell you information. That's any YouTuber, any social media person. But I am suggesting, from me, James the Weatherman is suggesting every one of you guys that is in a mandatory evacuation to leave, find higher grounds, get away from the coast. If that means you got to stay at a hotel, a lot of hotels are already filled, so you don't even try a hotel right now. I'll say one more thing: communication. Call your grandpa, call your grandma, call your parents, call your sister, brother, call your friends. Let them know, hey, I'm going to Dallas. I'll be there in approximately this. I'll be there at this time. If you stop to get gas, and you guys can call your family and ask them, hey, where are you guys at? Are you okay? They're already aware that there's a hurricane, so I don't want you to call and say, hey, there's a hurricane coming, because they're already aware if there's a hurricane coming. The communication is, make sure you know where they're at most of the time. So, hey, they stopped at Applebee's or something, and make sure you know that, hey, they stopped at Applebee's. You don't have to tell them, hey, the hurricane's near you. They're fully aware of it. I'm just saying, make sure you know where your family and friends are. That is a big thing. Mouth of Mississippi River to Ocean Springs, Mississippi, including Lake Boring, 2 to 4 feet. The deepest water will occur along the immediate coast near to the right of the landfall location, where the surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. So we have some cameras we're gonna post, and we have pictures. We're gonna have pictures. There's gonna be tons of pictures on Twitter. If you guys ever find a picture and you want it on stream, or if you're in the area and you take a picture, you can send it to jamestheweatherman@gmail.com, or you can put it in our Discord. Streamlabs will post the Discord. If you have any issues, you can talk to our mods, and if I get some time, I'll post the Discord link. But mods and some of the people that have been around, even members, they have that S next to their name. They could probably get you some better info for Discord. So, heed the warnings and do what you need to do. Listen to your local official and do what's best for yourself, because I can only tell you information. Surge-related flooding depends on relative timing of the surge and tidal cycle, and can vary greatly over the short distance. For information specific to your area, please see products issued by your local National Weather Service forecast office. So, this is a great time. Storm Shield is a great app. Okay, it lets you know everything you need to know. You download it. It's a weather app. It lets you know, hey, you have a storm coming before even, like, right when National Weather Service puts it out, before it's even on your local news station. It lets you know, like, really quick. I'm snapping my fingers and my dog's looking at me like, why are you snapping your fingers? Like, and who are you talking to? I wonder sometimes what my dog thinks. But hurricane conditions, if you're wondering what my dog looks like, here, I'll show you. This is what my dog looks like. Everybody knows that's Snowflake. So, wind, hurricane conditions are expected in the hurricane warning area tonight. So if you're in a hurricane warning, you are going to get winds, hurricane force winds. Tonight into Thursday, with catastrophic wind damage expected where lower Iowa makes landfall tonight. Tropical storm conditions are expected to reach the coast in the hurricane warning area tonight and Thursday. Hurricane force winds and damaging wind gusts are also expected to spread well inland into portions of eastern Texas and western Louisiana early Thursday. Rainfall from this afternoon through Friday, Laura is expected to produce rainfall totals of 5 to 10 inches with isolated maximum amount of 15 inches. Why is it so, like, you would think that it'd be more? This storm is moving at a steady speed. If it stopped and pulled a Florence or a Harvey, we would be in deep doo-doo. Okay, right now it's moving at a good steady pace. It is being pushed by a high, and it's being pushed by a trough from the west. So it's moving at a steady pace, and it's not planning on, once it hits land, it's gonna go right down to a tropical storm. But flooding with rivers, 2 to 3 inches. Like I said, when that storm surge comes in, hits the mouth of Mississippi, hits a few lakes, and pushes that water in, 2 to 3 inches, it's flooded. That's why I'm saying evacuate if you're under a mandatory evacuation. If you're not under a mandatory evacuation, you're under a voluntary evacuation, or you're not even under neither of those, and you feel in your gut, hey, I think I've been listening to James the Weatherman, I've been looking at the National Hurricane Center, been watching the news, and they're talking about, hey, there's going to be some rain, there's going to be some strong winds. I'm close to a lot of trees. I'm close to a river. But they haven't let me know that, hey, I should evacuate. I suggest that you go with your gut. And if you want to evacuate, evacuate. So yesterday, I seen there was a couple people in the chat that are teenagers. And their parents said, no, we're not to evacuate. I can't do anything about that. So if you're a teenager in the chat, or you're a child, talk to your parents. They should know a lot, and they will do what's best for you. And I can't change that. By Friday into Saturday, Laurel will produce rainfall totals of 2 to 4 inches with isolated maximum amount of 6 inches across the mid-Mississippi and portions of lower Ohio and lower Tennessee Valley. This rainfall may lead to localized flash and urban flooding and rapid rises on small streams. Tornadoes. You know I'm a severe weather guy. That's my cup of tea. I storm chase for tornadoes, but tornadoes are very, very possible. A few tornadoes are expected this afternoon through tonight over Louisiana, far southeast Texas, and southwestern Mississippi. The risk for a few tornadoes should continue Thursday across Louisiana, Arkansas, and western Mississippi. I was trying to sleep in a little early or a little later today, but my mind is, I care a lot, and my mind was like, once I looked at the National Hurricane Center at 8:30, and I'm like, man, it is strengthened. This is not looking good. I closed my eyes and 9:15 come and I couldn't go back to sleep. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going live. I gotta go live. We're going to have an all-day live stream. I might cut it into 2 like I usually do after the press briefing. I don't think there's a press briefing for Louisiana tonight at 6 p.m. I think it's at noon. So if one of you guys in the chat, mods or something, let me know once that press briefing, because I'm talking so much. But once that press briefing, let me know. Next advisory is at 1 p.m. That's intermediate advisory. The next complete advisory is 4 p.m. By 4 p.m., you will be feeling wind. you will be feeling tropical storm winds. You actually, I might look into it a little bit. You actually might be feeling it now. I don't know if any of you guys are on the coast, near the coast, but you might be feeling it now. Okay? So, next. As of 10:05, Lake Charles, you had 20-mile-per-hour winds, gusts 29 miles per hour. We'll look at the, so later last night, is lightning dangerous for this hurricane? Lightning is dangerous in general. Last night, it was trying to make an eye. I woke up this morning at around 4:15 to go to the restroom and stuff, and I seen that, hey, the eye is now visible. This is crazy. Jonathan, I'll talk to you later about it. There is an eye. You can see it. What does an eye mean? That means it's strengthening, intensifying immensely. And it's really structured. That east side, once it makes landfall, it's going to make landfall over here. I have my pen out. To make landfall right here. Right. The eye will make landfall somewhere in this. You'll be able to feel tropical storm force winds all the way on the coast here and even into Houston. And I'm serious. Houston. I don't know how many people live there, but over 1 million. Houston will be able to feel tropical storm winds. We will pull up a cam for Houston, and I will be able to show you, well, if we see trees or something, you'll be able to see that, Jonathan, quit spamming. You'll be able to see the impacts from the tropical storm force winds in Houston. I'm going to take some questions as well from any of you guys. If you guys have any questions, I'm going to look up if any of my mods know. Hey, Catherine. If any of my mods know when the Texas governor press conference is in Louisiana governor press conference, will you let me know? I'm looking right now. If you want to broadcast my live feed, yeah, just, are you in my Discord? I know they said sometime around noon. Texas Department of Transportation has waived all tolls along SH 99. It's Grand Parkway. I don't know what. Is that state? Probably state highway. Mama 6, is that state highway? Louisiana. If any of you guys have questions, ask me. I will show you anything you need to know. Governor John Bell Edwards says right now you can still evacuate, although the windows to do so is closing. If you're going to evacuate, the time to do so is now. Oh, provide an update on Louisiana response to Hurricane Laura is at 11:30 a.m. So in about 30 minutes. A Discord, Mama 6, can you get the Discord, or Jonathan or somebody in the Catherine, or I can. It's in the description. I think your name's Michael. Or, hey, Seth, will you get the Discord for him? So we'll be waiting for the Louisiana press conference, and I might be able to pull up the National Hurricane. See what they're... Remember, any questions, you guys are free to ask questions. Even if it doesn't have to do with the hurricane, you can ask questions. I like questions. We have from 7:30. That won't do us any good. Discord, Streamlabs just posted the Discord. You can email jamestheweatherman@gmail.com. You can let me know through there. I have great mods. Catherine, Mama 6, Seth. Heather is probably still sleeping, and that's okay. She'll be in here. So if you have any questions for them, and if I can't get to you, we will be tuning over to a program that's going to tell you all severe thunderstorm watches, tornado watches, warnings. There will be issued, but we will turn over to that in a few. This is the program. At the bottom, you're going to see scrolling text. The scrolling text is... all the warnings. This is up to date. This is very up to date. So every 5 seconds it shows the warnings. Not too many people have this. I think I'm the only YouTuber that has this. Usually you see this on like the Weather Channel and your TV channel. But this is KHOU Weather, Kevin. We'll look at some of the National Weather Service offices in that area. If that's what you're asking, I can actually do that right now, because we got some time till the press conference. So, which area? Oh, we can show the zoomed in. All these, the purple is hurricane warnings. So both Texas and Louisiana, southwestern part of Louisiana. And then eastern, southeastern part of Texas. So tropical storm warnings. Those warnings are gonna be likely tropical storm force winds. Like I said, right when it hits coast, the hurricane will likely downgrade to a tropical storm. And that's normal. Doesn't have water. But we will have to see. I will be live through the whole event. If you're new, if you just tuned in, I'm James the Weatherman. We'll be covering Hurricane Laura all the way through landfall. And I do tornadoes, and so it likely will be a long night. And you don't have to be here the whole time. I actually prefer you guys coming in and out, and because this could be a very, very long stream. Sitting here for 8 hours might be a long time. There's some people in here that do that. Not gonna lie to you. There's some people that are in here that do that. And I'm thankful for that. But sometimes we'll give a press conference at noon Central. So they're going to run into each other. Louisiana governor and Texas governor. Oh, yeah. We will, we'll get that information. Leland is here a lot. Brendan Brown, he's here a lot. We usually have Seth here a lot. Mama Six is here. Mama Six is in a hurricane warning, so she might not be here. Like on the stream, her power might go out, her internet might go out. Oh, my dog is just snoozing. Oh, she opened her eyes. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Yeah, there's Brandon. So Mama Six, keep me updated if you have to. Update me through social media if you can't. Make sure you have your phone charged. Yesterday I talked about all the emergency stuff, emergency kits that you should have. Jonathan, you are here a good chunk of the time as well. Sometimes you leave, sometimes you come back, but you're a good chunk. There's games. You'll see Jonathan do heist or gamble. There's games that you can do on when you get bored. Oh, hey, wild card. So yeah, he will. I'm sure you'll see him play heists, and if you guys are new and don't have points, I will go to Streamlabs and give you guys some points so you don't get bored. There'll be once in a while. Yesterday I got a shot in my spinal cord, so I'm feeling a little bit better today. But once in a while I'll have to get up and walk around a little bit, and so I'll play some music if you guys want. If not, I can try to get my dog to talk to you guys. I can try. No, like, you want to talk to these guys? No? Next advisory is 1 p.m. That's the intermediate advisory. It's going pretty good, Jonathan. Thank you. How was your day? It says it right at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. It says next update 1 p.m. The real Necro, he's here a lot, yeah. 72-hour rations. Sure, it might not go through. We might have to accept it. Yeah, type points wildcard and see how much points you have. I can give everybody points. So let's go. I don't even think I have the. I got about 2,500. Yeah, of course, Jonathan's gonna show off his. No, I'll just give points. Okay, there's no need to. There's no need to. I'll go right now and I'll give everybody points. Yeah, I seen that. I'll give everybody points. You want points? Just wait. I'll give everybody points. I'll give you points too, Jonathan. Even though you don't need any. How was my day, Brandon? It's better than yesterday. You know, yesterday I got that injection in my spinal cord. It was feeling better. Feeling better for sure. So add points to all viewers. Let me see. Oh, it didn't. It queued it. Here. This is what we'll do. We'll do, this is, Jonathan's favorite thing to do. Just go to the Discord and I will be in there. This is Jonathan's favorite thing to do. Points giveaway. So you will see Streamlabs is going to post how to enter the giveaway. Oh, by the way, I just gave away a free weather station to Mama 6. She got it. Once I hit 5,000 subscribers, I'm giving away a free, not even raffling off. I'm giving a free National Weather Service rain gauge. They're about, I'd say, probably a foot tall. You can look it up. So if you're a subscriber, and you're here during, well, actually, I'll probably do it. Maybe I'll give away a couple. I just got to get them. Just do exclamation mark raffle, and then you'll be able to get in. Oh, did everybody get point? Wildcard, check your points. I think everybody got their points. Yeah, everybody, I'm going to cancel this. Everybody got their points. Everybody's got a lot of points. So you can, I can really quickly tell you. The only time that I really don't want you guys to do the gambling and stuff is when we get into, like, when weather is our main focus, and I want to keep weather, because once you gamble, the chat starts moving really, really fast, and if I get everybody in here doing gambling, and I can't see if somebody asked a question, that so you can do a heist. You exclamation mark heist and then space and then points. You can gamble. You can duel, do exclamation mark duel space the username and then the points. But the only thing I ask is once we need to Kevin, check your points. I gave everybody points. Well, everybody that was in here, I think. Kevin Moore. Yeah, you have 101,000 points. Yeah, they're just for fun. Just something to do when I'm not here, or you can use them for giveaways once I start doing merchandise giveaways. Kevin, you want more points? There. Gave you more points. You guys want to compete with Jonathan? Jonathan has 7 million points. Who likes to do the games? If you like doing the games, press 1, and then I'm gonna wild card. You have over 1 million points, wild card. Here, I'll let you compete with Jonathan. Don't tell Jonathan can hear me, but don't tell Jonathan, okay? By the way, Jonathan's very competitive. So you gotta be ready. Because he'll bypass you. I gave you a little bit extra points. So you're in first. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Jonathan passed me. And I'm trying my hardest to catch up. But he's very competitive. So, if you're not in here a lot, Jonathan will pass you. I guarantee you. Did you go into the rules, and I see that you joined? Go into the rules and click the check mark. Oh, are you... You must be new on Discord. I'll just give you member. You must be new. If anybody's in here that hasn't ever used Discord before, let me know. And I'm mistaken. Hurricane currently is Cat 3. Really close to a Cat 4. But time is 11:12. Good luck. When Jonathan sees he's in second place again, he will pass you. Oh, Jonathan's not here? Well, when he comes in, he's going to see that he's in second place, and he will pass you. You're in 8th. You're in here a lot, so you'll gain points. So how do you gain points? People ask. One person asks, oh, there's Jonathan. He's in second. There you go. Jonathan's going to pass you. Be ready. How do you join point or make points? People ask. To make points, You subscribe, you get points. You become a member, you get more points. You donate through Streamlabs, you get 10,000 points. And you donate through Super Chat, 10,000 points. You know, today only, I'll probably forget. Oh, I can't do over 10,000. I was going to put 1,000,000. You know, that's every dollar, by the way. So say you donate $5, you get 50,000. Get ready. I know Jonathan's waiting. He's into a heist and he's gonna bypass us all. Well, he's already bypassed me. When you go live, where are you again? Like what part? Let me pull up. Get ready for the. So, by the way, when I do the press briefings, you know that there's a pandemic going on, and they do talk about it. I wish they wouldn't, but you know, it's all right. We'll get through it. You're worried? Yeah, that's definitely if you're on the coast. I'll be it looks like there's some convective storms coming in close to the coastline, so and that could be an outer band. The International Space Center? Cool. I've only seen it once. Like go over. Hey, storm chasing. You have to put a space between your points. Where's Jonathan when we need him? Jonathan, how do you do this? Oh, there you go. Put exclamation mark, heist, space, and then the amount you want to put in. If you guys are new, make sure you guys subscribe. If you just tuned in, make sure you like. Hit that bell notification. We're waiting for Wild Dew. Yeah. We are waiting for the Louisiana. My dog's gonna start barking. We are waiting for the governor's press conference. Governor Edwards from Louisiana. If you have any questions, I can try to answer them to the best of my ability. Well, I don't know where Jonathan is. Jonathan? Let me go check Discord. Yeah, Daily, you're in Discord? Seth, we're waiting for the press conference from Governor Edwards at 11:30, and then hopefully we can catch. Oh, look at that! We won. Any chance it is a Cat 5? I can't rule out a Cat 5, but it's getting closer to land, so I'm going to say very, very slim chance. Now, say it was a Cat 4 right off of Cuba, it would have a good chance on becoming a Cat 5. Look at forecast models. Daily, just go live in Discord and I will pull it up periodically. H Wharf is showing just, it's in Louisiana. Didn't make landfall. We might be able to excuse me. This is the HRRR. So that darker, see if I can zoom in. At 955 millibars. That darker reddish brownish is 48 would be 48. I think it's 84 knots. Once over land, it loses its fuel source of warm water, which is why it decreases in intensity rapidly. Being so close to land is likely doesn't have this time to strengthen. Correct. There you go. Wild card. He's seen it. We just did a heist, Jonathan. And I told him that we already did a heist. So I don't know, how long do we have to wait? Wild card, by the way. He's gonna pass you. I think I might be in second after. Nope, still not second. No, I'm not even close to second. He'll pass you. Trust me. I think, Jonathan, do you have to wait for like 5 minutes or something? Abraham, no. Like somebody said earlier, like the real Necro said, he said that it needs more time to yeah, well, 75 miles. 75 miles. So go to general voice chat. And then the hurricane is approximately 225 miles south-southeast of Lake Charles, Louisiana, about 235 miles southeast of Galveston, Texas. So it will be in it will make landfall. What does the National Hurricane Center say about landfall? Are they still saying about 1? Yeah, they're still saying probably after 10. No, I'll never pass Jonathan. Because Jonathan or you. Unless you lose your points. I don't do it as much as Jonathan. Jonathan does it a lot. So. Oh, let's go check. He should be live. Maybe not. Come on. Kevin, thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin Moore, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. And you get 50,000, Kevin. I might give you more. Come back later this afternoon. I might give more people out. Any day now. So if you look at this, that lightish dark yellow is tropical storm force winds. The dark brown is hurricane force winds. Yeah, thank you, Kevin. It's much appreciated. Okay, Mama 6. I'll see you back in like an hour or something. Drive safe. Surprised they didn't close the works down and stuff. Probably tomorrow. Okay, any time now. You said 11:30, right? At 11:30 a.m. Yeah, at around 3:30, I will be, unless something significant is happening, it will likely be the satellite. Wild card. If somebody donated that much, I would stay up and I don't know. I would probably actually refund it. Honestly, I probably would refund it. Somebody donated $75 and I refunded it, and then he sent me back $25. Cause I can't do that. After 10 or maybe 8 p.m. I don't. Better guess would be 10. Oh, Daily. Thank you, Daily. Daily, do you want me to play like music, or do you just do this out of the kindness of your heart? Thank you. Well, he didn't get a membership, but you could. And I do have a lower tier membership now. Oh, why am I not checking? Oh, he's late. No, it's I'm missing something. Yeah, I got a membership now. The lowest is $199. Tornado warning. Oh yeah, for an hour band. I can switch to Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Yes, I am on his Facebook page and checking for his live. Remember, you can donate through Streamlabs as well. But both of them are good. But thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Daily. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, I know. I'm looking at Governor, and usually it says video live. Let me just click on the video. No, his last video was 13 hours ago. Next year during the severe weather, Wild, if you make it up to my area, I'll let you chase with me. You don't have to pay. You just, if you make it up to my area. It would help probably if I had radar on, huh? It's a little tiny one. Capable producing a tornado. 1 hour 30 minutes. 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 It's an outer band, so I'm up in North Dakota. Yeah, right. I don't think their clock is the same as ours. So go to general voice chat. It's on the side in voice channel. Hey Heather, I did kind of go early in the morning because this is nearly a Cat 4. We have a tornado warning. Oh, there goes the heist. Wow, you'll want to join. I'm gonna join too. How long will I be streaming? Probably for the next 14 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna switch to Cat 3. It's nearly a Cat 4. And it wouldn't surprise me if it turns to a Cat 4. On the next update, I can check recon after we does anybody have information why the governor is taking a few extra minutes? Okay, you're in general. No, you're not. You're in general text channel. Oh, there you are in general. Okay, I'm in general too. Can you hear me, Daily? Oh, I have mine. Okay, I'm in general too. One sec. Can you hear me, Daily? Hello? Go to, at the bottom it says video. Yeah, we could do that. I could do that. I will, there's several mods here. Don't tempt him. He will. Look at that. He's already 20,000 away from you. Hola, Seth. Yes, Brandon. It is 5 miles. Actually, it's 4 miles per hour from... Oh, he's on. He's on.
And heeding the warnings that have been going out for a number of hours now. You're going to hear ranges of storm surge that we haven't heard in Louisiana since Hurricane Audrey in 1957. You're going to hear the word unsurvivable to describe the storm surge that we are expecting. And what we know is that the weather across southwest Louisiana and really across all of South Louisiana will degrade over the next several hours to the point where we're not going to be able to run our buses, for example, from the Lake Charles area to depopulate individuals, transport them to shelters. And at some point, a couple of hours after that, mid-afternoon or so, it won't be safe for anyone to be on the road down there. So people need to heed the warnings they've been given and to evacuate. And if you think you're safe because you made it through Rita in southwest Louisiana, understand this storm is going to be more powerful than Rita. It is gaining strength. It is not losing strength as it approaches the southwest coast. We know that the storm surge values are higher. The wind speeds will be higher. And so even if you built back stronger and you're up at 15 feet elevation, understand the storm surge is going to be expected to be 18 to 20 feet in that immediate area where this storm comes and makes landfall. We also know that it's going to hit overnight. And so for people who make the decision to stay, the worst thing you can do is when that storm really starts beating at your door, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, is to decide, well, I'm going to leave now, because that will be the absolute worst decision you can make at that point, because the transportation on ground level will be ultra hazardous, more hazardous than you staying in your home, which is why we need people to start evacuating now. If you're in those low-lying areas, if your local officials have told you that there's evacuation in place, whether it's mandatory or voluntary, we need you evacuating now. And by the way, the road network is not so congested that you can't get out. I just looked at I-10, for example, and the traffic is flowing freely on I-10. So understand, we're talking about unsurvivable storm surge in Cameron Parish, and really that's the designation that's being given from the Texas line over to Intercoastal City in Vermilion Parish. For the first time in many years, we have activated the entire National Guard, and so at this time I'm gonna give the podium to Ben so that he can go through the weather. He's got some slides for you. I'll come back on the backside of that and speak for a bit, and then we'll have Sean Wilson from DOTD give you an update as well.
Thank you, Governor. And with that, make sure we get started here. So here's just a quick overview of Hurricane Laura. It is currently a strong Category 3. At landfall, it will be forecasted to be a Category 4, as the Governor had mentioned. I'm going to go through each of the individual threats, talk a little bit about them, and some of the local pieces, especially dealing with Cameron and Calcasieu parishes. So here's the current track from the National Hurricane Center. You'll see right now, the thing that I want to point out is, see the two little circles that are on the map around the X? Those are the current tropical storm and hurricane force wind fields. I bring these up because this is a very large storm. A lot of times people get enamored by what's in the cone is where it's most dangerous. And this is a great example of that's not always the case. With this being a large and deadly storm, you can see the tropical force winds are already almost reaching to the southern Louisiana coast, and the hurricane force winds at landfall will likely extend out more than 60 miles. So you don't have to be right near the eye, you don't have to be right near the center line to see significant winds from the storm. Again, as mentioned up there, it looks like it's going to make landfall with winds of near sustained levels of 145 miles per hour, with gusts up to and over 170 miles per hour. I don't know if anyone has seen that type of damage locally in quite some time. A good example of what the winds can do would be a recent example of Hurricane Michael, though it was upgraded to a Category 5. Understand that it had amazing damaging winds in almost a 20 or 30 mile wide stretch that reached inland all the way from the Florida coastline into Georgia. So I think folks in southwestern Louisiana and western Louisiana need to understand the wind threat here is serious. Speaking of that, again, the tropical force winds will cover a huge portion of the state, could linger from anywhere near the Atchafalaya Basin, Baton Rouge area, and extend well into Texas, well off to our west. Again, this is a very large wind field with this storm, so there will be even impacts further away from the main area that we'll be talking about here in just a bit when it comes to the unsurvivable storm surge. When you look at the hurricane force winds, it's expected for those to extend maybe as far in as Alexandria, as far to the west as Lufkin, Texas, and make its way right to the doorstep of Shreveport. So again, we're talking a large area of hurricane force winds possible across southwest Louisiana, and I think the damage from this will be unfortunately devastating at a level that a lot of people will not be able to recognize the areas that they live in if these winds are realized with this forecast. Storm surge, as the governor mentioned, these numbers are unimaginable. To think that there would be a wall of water over 2 stories high coming on shore is very difficult for most to conceive, but that is what is going to happen as we move into the early morning hours tonight into Thursday. There will be a wall up to 18 to 20 feet at the highest point. Most likely, as you can see in this map here, zoomed in to Cameron and Calcasieu parishes, that the majority of Cameron Parish will be underwater at some point. And, that is very troubling in the least. The red areas are 9 feet or greater of inundation. So I want everybody to kind of get a look at that map and understand what I'm saying here. So you see almost the entire parish shows possibly 9 feet of inundation from Hurricane Laura. That works its way well in to Calcasieu Parish. And there'll be places within Lake Charles that will see flooding that has not seen flooding before. Neighborhoods, businesses. The one thing that I want to point out from this is, again, that is if the track holds exactly as we see it. The strongest surge will be dictated by that track, but as we look at it right now, this is the most dangerous zone to be in when it comes to storm surge. And the word unsurvivable is not one that we like to use, and it's one that I've never used before. So this is what's most likely the worst case for southwest Louisiana. As we branch out, though, I do want to show that, again, this storm has wide sweeping impacts well outside of the most dangerous zone that we just talked about. There will be life-threatening storm surge as far east as Morgan City. So even interests that far east, people that far east, need to be concerned if you have anything to do with what's going on at the coast right now. And there'll even be some coastal flooding and some issues of a more minor nature across southeast Louisiana and into the tidal lakes. Unfortunately, the maps that I showed you do not account for rainfall. Those are just storm surge. So on top of the inundation that is possible from Hurricane Laura as it comes on shore, we are looking at up to 10 with localized amounts of 15 inches of rain possible along the coastal areas of the state. So you throw all that fresh water on top of the seawater coming in, again, you can imagine the picture that this may paint. Inland, as far north as Shreveport, flash flooding will be possible. So again, all portions of western Louisiana need to understand that the heavy rainfall can create quick flash flooding. And as the governor mentioned earlier, if you are trying to travel in the heart of this storm, you are putting yourself and whoever's in that vehicle definitely at risk. And with that, I'll wrap up my comments and switch it over back to the governor. And before I do, I just want to double down on his comment about Rita. It is something that a lot of people will use that as their baseline. And I just want to kind of mention it again, that there is no way to be certain that if you live through Rita and that you're hunkering down today in an area that there was an evacuation notice, that you will survive. And so please, as the governor mentioned, the Weather Service recommends everybody follow all local officials when it comes to evacuation notices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. And one of the things that we've been told to expect and we're already seeing is the ability for this storm system to produce tornadoes. And in fact, that area of concern will extend through southeast Louisiana. If I'm not mistaken, just before I left the Overwatch room, a warning was issued for capital area parishes with respect to tornadoes. So that's something we have to be paying close attention to today and tomorrow as well. Obviously, a serious concern is people trying to drive on flooded roadways. It is normally the storm surge. It's people out on flooded roadways. That's what causes the most people to die, to be killed as a result of storms. So we're asking people to be particularly attentive to that. Do not drive through water if you don't know how deep that water is. It doesn't take much water to float an automobile. And you will sometimes lose control of the vehicle. It will be swept off the road because current is often imperceptible. And so we're asking people to be very, very careful about that. Certainly, do not disregard any high water signs or warnings that have been put in place by DOTD or by local officials. And remember that storm surge flooding is starting now in Louisiana. It's well ahead of the storm. It will just get worse over the next day or so, but it's actually starting right now in the lowest lying areas along coastal Louisiana. And while we have focused a lot on Cameron and Calcasieu, please understand that Vermilion Parish, Iberia Parish, St. Mary Parish, all of these are at risk for flooding because of the storm surge. And in fact, Jefferson Davis, we actually expect that there will be several places, Calcasieu, Jefferson Davis, perhaps Acadia, where I-10 will be underwater at certain points during the course of this storm. And if we're going to have that kind of flooding along I-10, then you know the areas between the coast and I-10 are at tremendous risk, especially those that are located near waterways. Again, we're going to have the storm surge combining with the rain in order to create these flood conditions that are going to be very, very serious. And people know whether they live in low-lying areas that are prone to flooding. What they don't know, because we haven't had a storm like this in so long, is just what the threat of this storm is compared to those of more recent years. And you can only contrast this storm to recent years. You cannot compare them. So I'm going to ask Dr. Wilson to come up now and talk more about transportation across the state of Louisiana. And then I'll come back on the back side of that with some more information.
Thank you, Governor. You know, to highlight the point you just made about storm surge, we have sections of LA1 in the southeastern portion of the state of Louisiana with standing water already, and it's not raining. So you can imagine what we're going to expect. And if you reflect back to the National Weather Service slide that showed Cameron Parish completely underwater, it's about 180 miles of roads that the state is responsible for in Cameron Parish alone that will be underwater. So this is a very serious incident we're dealing with. From a traffic standpoint, we have begun detouring commercial traffic north to I-20. We've asked folks in Mississippi and Texas, we've worked with our counterparts in those states to make sure all of the signage on I-10 reflects that. Primarily going through Jasper in Texas and then I-55 here in Louisiana to get to I-20 to go east and west of Louisiana. And that's to prevent us from having to use precious resources to try and evacuate folks that are trapped on the interstate when, not if, but when we see water there. So that's a very important factor. If you have to travel, we expect folks to move very quickly in this evacuation, and we would want to keep as much capacity as we possibly can on I-10. With regards to evacuation, that window is closing, and it's closing very rapidly. The governor has worked very hard to make sure that we have all of the bus assets on the ground with staff at DOTD, and those buses are limited to 45-mile-per-hour winds. And before we left our UCG, they had their first gust coming from the first weather band. And we're going to maintain those buses as much as possible at the Burden Center to then evacuate. But pretty soon, there will be very few assets to get folks out on the buses so that we can use those buses to rescue people and then repopulate from New Orleans and all points east of Lake Charles. We are actually moving our parish-wide assets, the people, out of the Cameron Parish District and the Calcasieu Parish District offices into Acadiana to ensure that they have all the materials and equipment they need to work their way back in because of the winds. And that'll give you an idea that we normally hunker down in our warehouses and our facilities, and we're asking them to step out to be able to be brought back in safely. And then the last thing I want to share with you is that we're transitioning to the damage assessment phase, working with our federal partners to be able to assess the damage once we see this to try and reopen all of those places. We expect some serious damage along 27 and 82 in Cameron and South Calcasieu. 511 is still available, 511la.org. You will be able to find all of the road closures that are related to water, inundation, and when they reopen. And then we also will have our MAP patrol, our motor assist patrol, that will continue to work for 24 hours a day. And so to echo what the governor said, we want to maximize our resources. We don't want to have to rescue you, so we would evacuate you now, and we would encourage everyone to please take full advantage. Be careful when you do that so we can get you safely back home once this incident is over. So with that, Governor, that's some comments on transportation.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wilson. I also want to thank the National Guard for providing bus drivers, the work that's happened with DOT to provide the buses, and DCFS for the assistance we've been giving individuals yesterday and overnight to get them out of Southwest Louisiana and into non-congregate shelters. That's going to continue for as long as we can safely do it today, but that window is closing pretty quickly. We think we can keep those buses rolling at least till the 1 o'clock hour, maybe a little bit longer. We know it's safer beyond that for a couple of hours for individuals to get in their private automobiles and their own automobiles, I should say, and to move north and east to places where they can safely shelter. And we're encouraging them to start that movement now. And I will remind people that the roads are not congested. You will be able to get out. The CPRA is monitoring a total of 689 gates in the coastal zone, 410 of which are now closed. CPRA is also working to identify and pre-position pumps, generators, and other assets in south central Louisiana so that they can start to dewater southwest Louisiana as quickly as possible when it's safe to do so. They'll be working with the local levee authorities and government officials in order to make sure that we do that as soon as possible. We do believe that there will be extensive search and rescue following this storm. And that's why we're asking people to depopulate the area, evacuate, to minimize the number of people that we have to then rescue from very dangerous conditions. But we do anticipate that search and rescue will be forthcoming. As soon as it's safe to do so, you should know that with the National Guard, Wildlife and Fisheries, the Fire Marshal's Office, and assistance we're getting from around the country with urban search and rescue, we will have a very robust effort that will start as quickly as we are able to do that. Speaking of the National Guard, they have more than 3,000 guardsmen presently that are providing support. Those numbers will continue to increase throughout the day. The National Guard has approximately 222 high-water vehicles and 65 boats manned and staged in southern Louisiana, prepared to provide search and rescue support as needed. They also have 19 aircraft prepared to support Hurricane Laura search and rescue. With respect to commodities, they have 921,000 liters of water, 528,000 MREs strategically placed and ready to support the citizens of Louisiana. And I will pause again to say that our team in Louisiana, when it comes to disasters, when it comes to responding, we have the very best anywhere in the country. And I want to thank all of them at every single agency. And we also appreciate all the work that happens on the local level with sheriff's offices and fire departments and OEPs and you name it. And just people being good neighbors to one another. And certainly we're going to need some more neighborly love as we prepare for, respond to, and recover from this particular storm. I want to remind everybody that we have this historical storm at a time when we're already in a public health emergency. And the COVID situation remains very serious in Louisiana as well. Today we're reporting 846 new cases and 32 additional deaths. You all are expecting an announcement today on my executive order, which expires on Friday. I will tell you now we're going to extend the current Phase 2 order for 2 additional weeks and take another look at it at that point in time. The challenge is we're basically going to be blind for this week because we're having to discontinue much of our community-based testing, whether it's the surge testing sites, federally sponsored, or our community testing sites. And this comes at a particularly bad time for us because it's 2 to 3 weeks since we resumed K through 12 education. And since we started moving young people back onto college campuses, this is when you would really want to be looking really, really hard to see those first signs of whether we're going to have increased cases, increased positivity. We won't be able to have that this week. Secondly, we know tens of thousands of individuals from Southwest Louisiana in the area with the known highest positivity in the state are now evacuating to all parts of the state and will be there for some period of time. Obviously, this poses additional risk. You should know that we're already high, red, in terms of new cases per that exceed 100 per 100,000 in population over the previous 7 weeks, and about half of our parishes continue to be red with a positivity of more than 10%. We also know that the next 2-week period will include Labor Day. We certainly don't want a type of spike that we saw on Memorial Day to happen while we are blind in terms of what the testing would otherwise reveal to us. So the prudent thing is to go 2 more weeks and then do an analysis of where we are, assuming that we're going to have the data necessary to inform the decision then. But we're going to be working really hard to do this. I will tell you that the recommendations from the White House are that we continue at our current level in terms of staying at Phase 2 with all the current restrictions, including the closure to bars for on-premises consumption, the statewide mask mandate, limiting gathering size, and so forth. And that was made very clear to me earlier this week with a phone call from Dr. Burks, who called to discuss specifically the situation here in Louisiana. And of course, at that time, she didn't know, I guess none of us knew exactly how we would be impacted by this storm, and we still don't know. Because once the storm is over, I can only imagine that there will be hundreds, if not thousands, of more individuals who, because they're going to be rescued, we're going to have to put them in shelters, and we're going to continue to try to do that in non-congregate settings, such as hotels and motels. But there may be some period of time, maybe as a transition, where we're going to have mass sheltering available in the congregate setting. So we've got a lot going on in Louisiana. This is the appropriate thing to do for all of those reasons. And I'm asking everyone in the state, please don't get so, I'm not going to say distracted, because we need to be paying attention to the storm, but don't solely pay attention to the storm. Understand we still have this COVID situation. And everything we do, we need to be wearing the mask, we need to be practicing social distancing, good hygiene.
Importantly, winds are going to be heavy winds will be occurring outside of the cone. And those high winds will continue as the storm moves up through Texas into northeast Texas. Wind in this storm, wind is going to be the biggest threat. Tropical storm winds are likely to occur as far north as Longview. Storm surge is also a big problem, with 10 to 15 feet storm surge around the Jefferson County area. We should expect some flash floods in various regions where the storm will be going through, and those flash floods could spill into rivers, and the rivers could overflow. The storm should exit the state by midnight tomorrow. Going back to the rivers, the one river that we do anticipate having the greatest challenges is the Sabine River. The Sabine River in the past, and we expect this time also, could spill over into areas around Orange as well as Deweyville. And people in those areas need to be aware of the high probability of facing high water. We do expect power outages in the areas hardest hit. I want to make a very important point about something that we have experienced in the past that's caused the loss of life that people may be unaware of. If you lose power, it's very important that you do not bring your generators inside a home. That could lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. You need to leave those generators outside of your home. A couple of updates. First, a recap that I'm going to add to this recap. On Sunday, I declared a disaster in 23 counties. On Monday, the President granted an emergency declaration for these counties. Yesterday, I added 3 counties to the declaration. And yesterday, I also asked the President to grant Texas's request for Category B assistance, and he granted that request yesterday. Today, I added 3 more counties to the disaster declaration: Kemp, Ellis, and Tarrant counties. The reason why Ellis and Tarrant are added is because they are serving as sheltering locations. For the counties that may be concerned about the impact this storm could have on them, obviously we remain flexible with regard to expanding the counties that could be added to the disaster declaration. That will be dependent upon whether or not those counties are going to be impacted by the storm. For these new counties that I'm adding to the disaster declaration today, I'm asking the President to add these counties to our federal declaration. Some updates with regard to the assets that we have already deployed. We've already deployed 400 buses, 38 aircraft, 82 boats, 202 high-profile vehicles, and 60 ambulances, with an additional 75-plus paratransit vehicles that have been ordered that will be available to be provided to assist in the movement of people. We have more than 5,000 people that are already sheltered, and we are prepared to take in many more as we continue to encourage everybody to evacuate from regions that could be the greatest impacted by the hurricane. We're already preparing for the recovery. So the update on the Disaster Recovery Task Force is this. The Texas Division of Emergency Management and Recovery personnel are in place for deployment post-landfall. Damage assessment teams for local jurisdictions have been developed, and they are being distributed for timely reporting on local damages after the landfall. Volunteer organizations active in disaster are currently staging resources and personnel are ready to deploy as the affected areas are cleared for reentry. We have developed and distributed an online platform for disaster survivors to request assistance and provide their damage information. And that is all for my report right now. Chief Kidd, would you like to add?
Mr. Governor, so thank you. And I need to reemphasize the danger factor of this storm. It's been a while since we've seen Cat 3, Cat 4 winds in Texas. We know the damage that does. Power restoration, Governor, will be longer in what we would normally expect because of the high winds. You said yesterday that this is not a Harvey storm. We completely agree with that. The rainfall will be different, but the winds will be very important for us to watch. Even though more people lose their lives during surge or flood events, in this event, I'm really worried about the wind just as you are. Our rescue personnel are available. They will be hunkered down through the hours of the storm. I know that they will risk their lives to get out there. My urge and plea with Texans is, if you have the chance to evacuate now, please do so.
Very good. We'll take some questions.
Governor, here in Austin, shortly after you announced that photo would be used as a transitional site, they reported running out of houses and turning people away to the point of locking down the gates. Did you anticipate that? Did you? And what's your reaction to them shutting down gates like this?
Sure. Let us give you an update on it. Chief Kidd has that information for you.
So Rudy, thank you, and let's get the story straight on this, and I appreciate the question. I did talk to the city of Austin this morning. Here's their explanation of what happened. They had booked hotel rooms and reserved them through the process, but because we had been asking people to evacuate, some people went straight to hotel rooms. So while we had believed that we had rooms reserved, those rooms were being filled up by other people that were evacuating. At 5 o'clock this morning, City of Austin shut down COTA. They reopened at 10 a.m. this morning. And if we have to open up the convention center here, we've already talked to them about having a place to temporarily put people until we stabilize out the local hotel rooms. Now, we're also using hotels in Hayes County and Williamson County, and we'll probably be pushing some up into Bell County as well. So there are still plenty of hotel rooms available. This is trying to balance out the load right now of regular people driving their own cars and reserving hotels, as well as those that we are trying to work on people coming to us for a location. So we'll get this balanced out. We will have plenty of places. For instance, in Dallas, they're only at 39% occupancy right now. There are plenty of hotel rooms across the state of Texas. And we're just going to keep load balancing this out as we get people out of harm's way.
But they locked the gates, and people were still coming, being told to come, and there's no explanation other than just keep on moving down the road. That couldn't have been the plan, and I don't need to be Montgomery quarterbacking here in 2020. Is this a lesson learned that don't lock the gates, just use it as what they're doing it now? Rest stop, we'll figure it out.
And Rudy, and we'll keep talking to them for the decisions that they made, and they've been great partners to us. We're not going to bash the partners right now. The cities that are helping us with evacuees are doing great work, and we're going to continue to support them as much as we can. Thank you.
This actually, I consider it to be a good sign in this regard, and that is what this means is there has been a large number of people who decided on their own the need to evacuate, and they did get out of harm's way. The math behind this is it means there are more people out of harm's way. Go ahead.
Are we going to see contraflow traffic? If so, when?
Sure. Chief.
So contraflow takes about 42 hours to set up. Whenever we think about the logistics that go into shutting down lanes, getting people off of roads, reversing traffic, setting up law enforcement and TxDOT at every location. So the window for contraflow has closed. We're too close to the storm for that. Now, we may use additional service roads. We've got DPS aircraft that are flying, checking for checkpoints right now to put additional folks in. to move people through intersections, but at this point, the window for contraflow has closed.
Governor, do you plan to be anywhere near the damage tomorrow, or is your schedule kind of in flux on that?
Could I get you to repeat? I missed the first part of the
Oh,
question.
do you plan to be surveying the damage tomorrow, or are your plans in flux until we see what?
We will be surveying the damage as quickly as possible, and we do not want to get in the way of those who are either in danger or those who are providing immediate rescue. And so the timing of my visiting the areas that were hardest hit will depend upon facts on the ground.
I remember one of the things I talked to TxDOT this morning, and I think it's kind of interesting. They have got a fleet of fuel trucks, rescue fuel trucks, trying to reach the stranded individuals. Are you satisfied with how TxDOT is deploying those trucks?
TxDOT's been doing a fabulous job, both with regard to deploying those vehicles as well as making strategies such as waiving tolls on people who are trying to evacuate, as well as assisting with making sure that the roadways will be as clear as possible. So TxDOT has been very aggressive in responding to this hurricane.
And one more clarification, Chief, and this may be for you. You mentioned yesterday that a lot of the people who are evacuating out, there's going to be COVID testing that's going to do that. How's that going to be coordinated? Are their names that they need to use the online service that the governor mentioned? How do they get tested?
Yeah, Rudy, so again, thanks for the clarifying question. I want to be clear about this. If it's a family that stayed together and they've traveled in their car together and they're going to a hotel together, unless they have signs or symptoms, there's no need for them to be tested. Once we open, if we get to the point of open in congregate settings, maybe like the Austin Convention Center, if they go into that convention center, we'll offer testing for people coming into that facility.
And so it's just basically their choice after they get back home, monitor yourself, go back and get tested?
Yeah, so again, there's about 1,700 testing locations across the state of Texas right now, so we have plenty of capacity to do testing. But let's play this out a little bit. If the city of Austin opens a convention center because of a need, we will check in the people that go there. We will offer them testing at that location.
How's the supply chain holding up as far as groceries, gasoline, for people outside of the rest of the state? Should they be charging into their ATVs, or is it all good?
My observation is looking pretty good. This is the type of event where most Texans have taken it very seriously, and they're realizing the necessity to respond as well as to obtain the supplies they need. But our local providers have done a great job of making sure their supply chain is open. Those involved in providing fuel have done a good job of maintaining supply chains. And so right now, the supply chains are looking pretty good.
Any last questions?
Governor, 3 million Texans have lost jobs in the last few months. 2 million of those lost health insurance. What do you intend to do to make sure they have adequate coverage in the next few years?
Listen, we're always engaged. For example, you mentioned the next few years. We're always involved every session in addressing health
down
insurance.
Medicaid expansion and all sorts of things.
Yeah, so when the session arrives, I have no doubt that one of the issues we will be taking up is making sure that we're doing all we can to make sure Texans have access to health care.
Any more questions on the storm? All right, thanks guys.
Thank you.
I'll be right back. I gotta go do something, and I will be right back. Hey everybody, I'm back. So you see in this satellite infrared from the Ghost. Hey everybody, I'm back. From the Ghost 16. You see the outer bands up here. They're already reaching Louisiana and Texas. Expects possibility of tornadoes, some rain. But until this comes up in probably the next 7 hours, that's when we're going to start seeing that hurricane force winds. Thank you guys all for subscribing and welcome. I'm James the Weatherman. We are the satellite for College of DuPage. I don't know why it went. I think the whole site went down. Oh, now it's back up. So this water vapor, you can see that on the lower level. See, like I said, Texas, Louisiana. We've already had one tornado warning. Oh, here's another tornado warning. We can take a quick glance at that. And that's due to this storm. So we can head on over to, we'll switch it over to WSV3. And at the bottom of the screen, you'll see scrolling. That is updated every 5 seconds. So if you are aware and you see something, and these are the outer bands of the hurricane. Yeah. These are tornado possibilities, tornado radar indicated. That is an effect Chauvin, Huma, Gray. Let's do this one first. Amelia and Pierpart. You sure have good typing skills. So that is the outer bands of Hurricane Laura. This purple is hurricane force winds. This outer band of it is strong tropical storm winds, and the outer band of that is tropical storm winds. We can look at so this is what the expected 1 sec. Let me go check something. I'm back. Any questions? Any questions? You're gonna see these tornado warnings go up all over the place. They probably will issue a tornado watch for this area. 94, will you please quit spamming? Check your Discord, Heather. The real. That was funny. I'm not gonna lie. That was pretty funny. Hey, Sassy. Haven't seen you in a while. How are you? Oh, it's alright. We are waiting for that intermediates update. That will be at 1. I'll see if the national weather or the
Welcome back to the National Hurricane Center. This is Ken Graham right here in our operations area. Back behind me, we got the hurricane specialist, meteorologist, looking at every piece of data they could get to give you the updates, the latest information on Hurricane Laura. It is 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 o'clock Central. and we have 125 mile-an-hour winds. Pressure is still at 956 millibars. Keeping an eye on all the different parameters here, and starting off with the satellite here, I mean, we got the aircraft in here looking at not just the center, but looking at the radius of the winds, how far out the tropical storm force winds extend, the hurricane force winds, and even starting to see the eye more pronounced than we've seen before. I mean, you're looking down right into the Gulf of Mexico, and some of these rain bands already getting into portions of I have is 125 mile-an-hour winds.
One second. One second.
Welcome back to the National Hurricane Center. This is Ken Graham right here in our operations area. You can hear some of the discussion in the background, getting the latest information, coming up with updates on Hurricane Laura. So let's get the latest information. We got the latest I have is 125 mile-an-hour winds, 956 millibars, so still strong. Dan, no changes in the last? Okay, so Dan Brown's the one doing the forecast for Hurricane Laura. No changes from the aircraft. So let's start off with the satellite here. A couple things to note. One, you can see the wind barbs in here. That's the actual aircraft going through there, checking out the center, looking at how large the wind field is for us. And when you look at our products, you see tropical storm force winds extend out a certain distance, hurricane force winds out extended distance. That's some of the data that we're getting from the hurricane hunters. And also looking at this eye, they're getting the information on the lowest pressure. But I do want to show you something. See how it shows up, Dennis. If you really look at this eye, when you see the gray, look at the gray right down in there. That's the Gulf of Mexico. So you're actually looking through the top of the storm down into the Gulf of Mexico, and you're seeing some of that water. So that is a strong storm when you can see all the way down to the ocean. So think about this. Think about the size, and we're already seeing some of those rain bands. I did want to take the time to show the radar here. This is the radar out of Lake Charles. Lake Charles is right there. That's where the radar is located. Already starting to see the eye of Hurricane Laura there showing up on the radar. But the other important point is look at this rain band. It's a very strong rain band here, arched like that, embedded in there. You know, a lot of times we see, if you draw some quadrants, most of your tornadoes with these tropical systems is right in this area right here. Your right side front, 90% historically your tornadoes are going to be in here. So some water spouts, quick spin ups, watch out for those. But starting to see the impacts already showing up on shore. So let's all go look at the next item here, and that's the forecast, the latest information that we have. This is the forecast. Dan's working on the later updates as we get into the afternoon hours, but a few things to note. So here we are, 10 o'clock central, right here location, but you can see the extent of the hurricane force winds. Not just the center, so they're about 40 miles out from the center, but the tropical storm force winds a good 180, 200 miles away from the center. So that's a large swath of tropical storm force winds that are making it their way towards the north. And also notice, if this is the center and this is the wind, those impacts, that rain, those rain bands, the wind, that is well ahead of the center. So it's so important to not just focus on that center point, not just focus on landfall, which will be tonight, early tomorrow morning. We'll see that landfall, but these impacts, they're well outside the center. They get there early, including the storm surge, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. Some of the water levels already coming up. With time, we'll follow this to 7 a.m. on Thursday right here. That's well inland. And that's why we see some hurricane warnings, not just on the coast, but those hurricane warnings actually extend northward into portions of East Texas and also western Louisiana. And then you start seeing 7 p.m. Thursday right up in here in Arkansas, still a storm. Think about that, tropical storm still tomorrow evening up in Arkansas. So moving fast, that means it takes a while. It takes a while, and those hurricane force winds can extend quite a bit inland. So rainfall, the wind, you can knock down a lot of trees, power outages well inland. And let's really kind of just look at some of the rain before we get to some of the other hazards. So we covered the wind, we covered the tornado threat. This is the rain threat here. So a lot of these areas, 6 to 10 inches of rain. Some of the orange areas here, maybe some areas getting into 15 inches of rain by the time it's all over. It's where those rain bands extend. Even well after the center passes, you can still see some of those rain bands afterwards. So you got to watch out for those and make sure you take cover from any warnings that could be issued, whether they're flash flood warnings or even looking at the tornado warnings as well. But look at this, East Texas into Louisiana, even Arkansas, and even stretching northward. Any one of these areas you could see flash flooding and heavy rainfall. So let's cover the storm surge. This is historically, if you go back in time, this is the most dangerous part of a tropical system. It's the most deadly part. So let's look at some of these values. Dennis, if we can get in here, you look at the Bolivar Peninsula here, you can get 6 to 9 foot of storm surge. Galveston Bay, 2 to 4. We've got some updates to this forecast. That's why let's really cover this in detail. Sabine Lake over there could get 10 to 15 foot of storm surge. But look at this here, Searim State Park. You start moving across into Louisiana to Intercoastal City. Remember, we've been talking about 10 to 15 foot of storm surge in that area. However, looking at the latest forecast, looking at the strength, and by the way, storm surge has a lot to do with the size of the storm. It's not just the intensity, it's also the larger the storm,
Hey everybody, back for the 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time update. We have quite a bit of news, quite a bit to update, so stay with me while I do that update. So Laura is now a Cat 4. At 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time, the eye of Hurricane Laura was located near latitude 27.3 north, longitude 92.5 west. Laura is moving towards the northwest near 16 miles per hour. Gradual turn toward the northwest and north is expected later today and tonight on the forecast track. Laura will approach the upper Texas and southwest Louisiana coast this evening and move inland within that area tonight. The center of Laura is forecasted to move over northwestern Louisiana tomorrow, across Arkansas Thursday night, and over the mid-Mississippi Valley on Friday. Reports from the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicated that maximum sustained winds has increased to 140 miles per hour with higher gusts. Laura is extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Some additional strengthening is possible this afternoon, and Laura is forecast to remain a Category 4 hurricane through landfall tonight. Rapid weakening is expected after Laura makes over land. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 70 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward of up to 175 miles. Tropical storm force winds have reached the coast of Louisiana, and observing sites at Eugene Island recently measured sustained winds at 39 miles per hour and gusts of 64. The latest minimum central pressure estimated from Renaissance aircraft data is 952 millibars. Storm surge and tropical storm force winds will arrive within the warning area well in advance of Laura's center. All preparation to protect life property should be rushed to completion in the next few hours. The combination of dangerous storm surge and the tide will cause normally dry areas near the coast to be flooded by rising waters. Moving inland from the shoreline, the water could reach the following heights above ground somewhere in the indicated areas if the peak surge occurs at the time of high tide. I've never said this, but the deepest water will occur along the immediate coast near and to the right of landfall location, where the surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. unsurvivable storm surge with large and destructive waves will cause catastrophic damage from Sea Rim State Park, Texas to Intercoastal City, Louisiana, including Callisis and Sabine Lakes. The storm surge could penetrate up to 30 miles inland from the immediate coastline in southwestern Louisiana and far southeastern Texas. Surge-related flooding depends on relative timing of the surge and the tidal cycle and can vary greatly over short distance. For information specific to your area, please see the products issued by your local National Weather Service. Hurricane conditions are expected in the hurricane warning area tonight and Thursday, with catastrophic wind damage expected where Laura's eye wall makes landfall tonight. Tropical storm conditions are moving onshore of the coast of Louisiana within the tropical storm warning area and are expected to reach the coast in the hurricane warning area later this afternoon. Hurricane force winds and damaging wind gusts are also expected to spread well inland into portions of eastern Texas, western Louisiana early Thursday. From this afternoon through Friday, Laura is expected to produce rainfall totals of 5 to 10 inches with isolated maximum amounts of 15 inches across portions of the northwestern Gulf Coast from western Louisiana to far eastern Texas and northward into much of Arkansas. This rainfall will cause widespread flash and urban flooding, small streams, creeks to overflow with their banks, and minor to isolated moderate freshwater river flooding. Like I said earlier in the stream, so when you have storm surge coming into a river like the mouth of Mississippi, right, it's pushing water back. It's not letting it's pushing the Mississippi back north, and it's not letting water come back out into the Gulf. Just a couple inches of rain falling is not going to help. And so if you're near a river, lakes, near Galveston, anywhere close to water, my suggestion is you evacuate. A few tornadoes are expected this afternoon through tonight over Louisiana, far southeast Texas, and southwestern Mississippi. The risk for a few tornadoes should continue into Thursday across Louisiana, Arkansas, and western Mississippi. Swells produced by Laura are affecting the entire U.S. Gulf Coast from the west coast of Florida to Texas and northeastern Mexico. These swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. Please consult from your local weather office. Next updates will be at 4 p.m. Hourly tropical cyclone updates will begin at 2 p.m. So, due to the fact of it getting close to land, they're going to start doing hourly tropical cyclone updates. I will be here through every update, through it all. And stay tuned. But as of right now, it is about 200 miles south-southeast of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and 200 miles south-southeast of Port Arthur, Texas. Present movement is northwest at 16 miles per hour. And it's really, really tough for anybody. Not just myself, news, media, other streamers, to say unsurvivable storm surge. I've never had to say that in my life. And unfortunately, this storm is powerful, it's intense, and just stay on top of it, listen to your local officials, heed the warnings, and keep on track. So I will be. This will be an all-day event. I will be on it all day. I will likely be talking most of the day today due to it being a constant update. I'll be getting pictures in from either Twitter, or I'll have mods or somebody send me pictures to jamestheweatherman@gmail.com. We will be looking at that. We're gonna have a updates. I don't know from who, but we'll be having another speaker in a few moments. So stay tuned for that. If you're in the Discord, you can post pictures there. They will be likely put on screen. I got a video here. This is somewhere on the coast. Somewhere on the coast. I'm waiting for this next. I don't know who this is from. Who the speaker is. It's out of Galveston, Texas, so I'm assuming it's the Galveston, Texas mayor. I'm assuming. That man, I understand you told us that. Tornado watch is unlikely. Yes, you can if you want. That man, hey, is your parents able to like watch this, or even get on your phone and like, cuz I'm sure that they are aware of what your mayor said yesterday. Yes, what the real said. The real Necro is saying the right things. Your parents have the best interest for you. And all I can do is tell you. And your parents have the final decision. But I exactly don't know. Yeah, you live in the city. I don't exactly know how far you are from a river, how far you... I couldn't tell you.
Do us a favor, whoever speaks, say your name first and then spell it for us.
For sure.
Thank you.
My name is Zach Rodriguez, Z-A-C-H, Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z. I'm joined today by other members of the Kenosha County Board. We have Supervisor Decker, Supervisor Amy Maurer, Supervisor Terry Rose, and to my right, Supervisor Gabe Nudo.
We're starting.
We wanted to call this today to highlight the complete lack of leadership that we've seen here in Kenosha County, and highlight the letter that we had sent to the governor. We made this letter public. I'm sure most of you have seen it or had an opportunity to go over it. But I want to go over a timeline of events of what we've seen leading up until this morning. So we saw Sunday night.
Yeah, we're not going to watch this.
Scene, where the shooting of what we've seen leading up until
No.
this morning. So we saw Sunday night. Yeah, we're not going to watch this.
This is people upset about something. We don't need to watch that.
See casino that I'm driving to, so got their own road network and everything.
So Hurricane Laura is Cat 2 now, or a Cat 4. And I don't quite know what these guys are doing. entirely. I have no idea what these guys are doing. I hope these guys know what they're doing. Hopefully they're like, I'm guessing the guy in the white shirt is probably part of an atmospheric pressure team. Probably taking readings, maybe. That's what I'm guessing. I can, yes, she's a mom of 6. Usually people that have 6 children actually have way more because they adopted, like, not legitimately adopted, but everybody calls them mom. She could be the mom of the group. So in Cameron, Louisiana, we have 13-mile-per-hour winds. In Kuiper Mort Point, we have 30-mile-per-hour winds. In SS28P, It's right off the coast, 49 mile per hour winds. Thurett, Louisiana, 59 mile per hour and gusts of 75. What if it stalls? Hypothetically, if it stalls, there's going to be a lot of flooding. South Marsh 268, that's out on the coast, 46 mile per hour. Says at 12:05. Check spaghetti models. Here's the current wind. They're basically the same track it's been for the last 24 hours. And that is the outer bands of Hurricane Laura. Check Houston cam. Pointed toward the city, so can't see anything. Let me check. It's South Lake Charles. Let me pull this up. So just seems very odd to me on this. Next update. The full update is at 4 p.m. But they're doing hourly updates. I wish I knew where this cam was. Laura appears to be the most powerful storm to strike Louisiana in over a century. Can you not hear me? No, okay. Yeah, if you're new, make sure you subscribe and hit that bell notification. We are we will be keep an eye on. Do you think we can get to Flash Food Watch? Flash Flood Watch? Yeah. Yeah, I wish I was under Flash Food Watch as well. None of these beach cams are working. These are all over the internet. This one's Grand Island Beach Cam. I'm just searching them up. This is Baton Rouge. So that's the Grand Isle Beach. We got Galveston. Let's see. This is Galveston Beach. All cameras. I'll be getting tons of cameras. Don't you guys worry. I spent a good time trying to find cams. This is Casa Del Mar live seawall cam. So I have all these cams that I will be showing with throughout the stream. We will be and let's try to keep this weather talk. I don't know. Yeah. All these waves. So we'll keep that, all those set up, and every update, you know, that I will be updating everybody. I don't know, did you send me some? You didn't send me anything. No, all these cams that I've been using are cams I've been looking for. Yeah, it's a very, very, very low chance that it gets to a Cat 5. Very low. So I got that meeting at 3:30. Oh.
Evacuated to east at the Golden Triangle area. What preparations are being made for this area, just in case you see post-storm evacuees start making their way down this way?
From this county or from another county?
From other counties coming down this way.
We would accommodate them as best we can. We have plenty of hotel capacity at this point, so and that's generally been the theme across the state. There's plenty of hotel capacity. Dallas, the last brief I got was only at 39%, so there's plenty of capacity, and if they can get to a hotel here, we would encourage them to come on. I think one of them commented, "I won't leave unless you promise me I'll come back on Friday." Well, here, I could probably make a very strong, hopefully promise that you could do that. East of here, I would not be able to make that kind of statement because they don't know what the damage is going to look like.
There's no doubt where the storm's tracking in that area that's going to be a priority for folks to get power, water, everything else restored. But for this area, should there be, because of wind damage, power knocked out, have you talked to CenterPoint, have you talked to Energy, have you talked to Texas New Mexico Power about how, because they always use crews elsewhere? Correct. Will they have enough crews here to work for your residents?
I asked CenterPoint that you're going to take care of us first before moving east. I don't have an answer yet, so I asked them that question by text message a couple of hours ago, and I'm sure they're busy like everybody else is and just haven't got back to me yet. So that's our hope. On a similar note, we released all but one of our buses because there was no more demand for the evacuation that the state was providing. We let the state take those buses and head them east to where the demand we thought would be greater. I guess we'll wait and see if that's true or not. So we have released the state resources that we felt comfortable releasing to go to an area of greater need.
Do you have updated storm surge estimates?
The storm surge estimates have remained pretty much the same, and that would be potentially 4 to 6 feet on Bolivar. Anywhere other than that in Galveston Island, actually I believe the storm surge model for San Leon Bay Cliff decreased by a foot. So consistent with what you would expect with a storm moving slightly east again.
What can you tell about the residents? They evacuating, then they say, okay, well, there's nothing going to happen now, I can go back. What would you suggest to them?
We will get them back here as quickly as we can. We want them back here. So as soon as we can assure them power, and really, if they want to come without power, we're not going to stop them, I don't think. We don't expect that kind of damage. But sanitary water and conditions, as long as all that's met, we would welcome them back as soon as they can get back. And we'll keep all of them posted on those conditions.
At this point, in Bolivar particularly, if folks have not left yet, is there a window you want to give them?
Your time is running out. You know you can't leave on the ferry anymore, and your time is running out, and you're going to have to go toward the storm for probably, 15 to 20 miles before you can turn and go a different direction. That's not a task that I would look forward to.
It was emphasis again, too, that there will not be a shelter of last resort or anything like that on Bolivar.
Sheltering makes no sense, certainly on Bolivar. That would be putting our people at risk. The only thing that we've done in addition in Bolivar is added law enforcement over there. So we have deputies who know that they are there for the duration. They're not going anywhere. They're in one of our facilities, which is hardened and will sustain the winds, and they're there for the time being.
And they're mainly there not to respond to anything immediately, but if there's
the minute the winds start dying down, to protect people's property. We want the citizens to know that their property is safe. They don't need to rush back to try to protect their own private property. We're going to help them with that.
Do you have an approximate number of people that actually stayed on Bolivar because it's all?
The last count I got, which is just somewhat of a guess, was only about 40 families, or 40 residences. I guess we don't know how many people are in those residences. So again, I think I'm really impressed that they took us seriously and the power of the storm seriously and made other plans for at least a couple of days. Anything else? One last thing, I'd like to thank Kroger Houston, whose president called me and said they're going to be here the second they can get bottled water out here for us as soon as the storm passes. So we appreciate community partners like that. Helps us a great deal and saves taxpayers dollars, honestly, because they're donating them and we're not having to.
About Galveston, how do you think the storm surge is going to actually affect the island?
Actually affect the island, well, it'll probably make transportation difficult. So depending on how high it goes, the island itself will have difficulty passing over roads because they're going to have the same issue there that we have in Bolivar. The advantage the island has is that, as you know, the seawall slopes up and then tapers off, so it will not be able to overtop the whole island. We're not expecting nearly that kind of storm surge.
In fact, Mayor Craig Brown's on, or Mayor Pro Tem Craig Brown's on now, giving his press conference, and they're more concerned about that bay
Absolutely.
coming back over than the seawall side of things. Is that y'all be getting the same
Right,
information?
sure, that would make sense, because the seawall does what it's supposed to do, protects the front of the island and keeps the flooding down, but when the seawall ends, that protection ends. So they could have some potential, just like we're worried about on Bolivar, same situation, different area. All right, stay safe, everybody. We will see you back here hopefully on Friday with no news to report.
And you've been listening there to Galveston County Judge Mark Henry.
Okay, I'm back. How's everybody doing? Okay, I'm back. How's everybody doing? I know I listened through the stream. Yeah. Wow, James. What does that mean? What are you trying to say? You're speaking the truth, the real. Let's say, like, same with me. I can only tell. We can only. It gets. It's not irritating, but it gets to the point where, hey, we told you this, we told you this. If you don't listen, we can't say anymore. And I'm getting to a point where we'll tell you it a couple times, and then, well, right now, it's too late. $86 trolls. Huh, Sassy? Oh. So, as of right now, I have told everyone that it's best to evacuate from here on forward. I'll suggest, but anything from here on out, we're just hunker down. That's what I'm going to say now. Hunker down and do your gut feeling. And whatever your gut feeling is, you do. We will not be explaining anything to do. You go with your gut because you made that choice to stay. So, but keep your family and friends in communication-wise. Keep them. I don't know. Yeah, Heather, we're gonna quit saying that. That's it's too late now. They make people make choices, and sometimes your choice. This is in general, not just for this situation. In general, people make choices, and they have good and bad consequences. So, staying at your house during this could have good or bad consequences. So here on out, we're giving you information about where the storm is, surges, pictures, videos. Other than that, there's not much we can do. Trust and listen to your local officials and your local news, because they're aware of that area. Seth, it's kind of a little late to evacuate. You can still evacuate, but you're slimming on hours. If you look at this video, it's already looking messy. So, yeah, if you're inland, if you're a good 20 miles from, I would suggest to get out. That's my suggestion. But Heather Mom of Six, Seth. We all have we all hope for the best. Northeast Louisiana. Well, we can only, you can't really give orders over Facebook or over YouTube. My order for you is to listen to your local emergency management, listen to your local officials, listen to your gut, and do what you need to do. She is very well prepared. She only has one concern. Man, south of Lake Charles, visibility has dropped. I don't know. I don't know where everybody's at. But Mama 6 is going to try staying here throughout the time. Heather, I think she's going to try staying here. Seth, I'm sure, will stay here throughout. So, station off the coast at 55 miles per hour. That's one rating. I do see that there's a lot of, on social media, a lot of talk about this becoming a Cat 5. That is not official. There's people saying that. I do not go off that. Cat 5 is pretty unlikely. Whatever it is, it's gonna suck. That's for sure. If you're here on my next points deal, I'll give you points. I'm waiting for the next updates. Yeah. You're a mod. Look at how you can see the Gulf of Mexico. That means it's really intensifying. They just are mods. That's what the wrenches mean. Well, everybody can get pictures from me. Anybody can use Twitter. I think Mama is 6. I think she needs to be more focused on her area because this thing's going to be impacting her. So, to be honest, I'd rather her focus on that than Thank you for subscribing. Make sure you hit that like, hit that bell notification, and okay. Update is 190 miles south-southeast of Port Arthur, Texas. 190 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. That's the new update. No. We got a long time till the eye makes landfall. That won't be till no, Esco. Landfall won't be I would say probably it's gonna be after 10 p.m. The eye of they got a long time. Because this is moving. This trough over here that's going to push it. The high here is what's been pushing it to the west. be back. Yeah, the storm is pretty big. I wouldn't say half the coast or half the Gulf. Maybe a quarter. You could fit another one of these or here, and here, and here. But it's big. Like Heather and Mama said. It's big. Like really big. I could probably right off the Here, we can switch over to sorry, because we have range folding. But as you see at the bottom of the screen, all the towns and everything will be at the bottom of the screen. Public called in reports of touchdown near Payne Courtville. No damage reported. Yeah, south of Baton Rouge. The bottom of the screen, you'll see it confirmed. You'll see everything you need to know at the bottom of your screen. These are updated every 5 seconds, so when they issue it, it's on there. Yes. Yes, Esco. I'm going to look at some recon data. Oh, geez. Right? They've received a spot with 125 knots. It's 143 miles per hour. Roughly. So, the two things that really, really gets to me is catastrophic and well, there's a few. Catastrophic, unsurvivable, and it happening during the night. And you see how fast these tornado warnings go up and then expire? They're issued for like 15 minutes at most. Why do you think that? Because they're just brief spin-ups and it just happens. Brief spin-ups, then it goes away. Brief spin-ups, then it goes away. And that is right now is what's stopping the National Weather Service from issuing a tornado watch. Everything is dangerous in a hurricane. Everything's dangerous in any natural disaster. Hurricane, the biggest thing in a hurricane is the storm surge and flooding. That's what gets you. Unfortunately, that's what gets you. Because those are long lasting and surges already happening on the outer bands. And you can already see this is near Galveston. Those waves are 3 to 5 feet. Maybe even taller. It is going to be a long night. Very long night. Yeah, I did notice that during the I looked at the recon flight and the pressure has dropped again. So I'm hoping it's not a Cat 5. But the possibility is still there. And there was a few people that asked me, I think it was yesterday, do you think this will be the strongest hurricane to hit the United States this year? And I'm gonna be confident and say yes. It's the continent of the United States. Now, the Caribbean and yeah, if it does make Cat 5, it won't be long. And if it makes Cat 5, it will likely be right at impact. Yes. Long day, long night. U.S. is an island in the continent of North America. North America is the continent. But U.S., this will likely be the strongest storm this year. And I know a lot of people will be glad about that. But it will likely not be the last hurricane that hits the United States this year. Yeah, just tune in. Tune in tomorrow. I'll do the same thing I did last night. I will probably cut it at 8 and then start a new live stream. So the reason why I do that is because some of the stream I gotta rewatch and then take clips from it. And I might make a video about it later. So I don't want to sit and watch a 14-hour stream. You know what I mean? And I kind of write down or record the spot. Yeah. You know, great songs. I don't understand either, but you know, people do what they got to do and trust their gut feeling. This is Galveston. Galveston's over here. And you can already see the bigger band of charging bolts. I have very bad memory. That's why I gotta write everything down. Let's look at the recon. We're still in the storm. Don't ask me what these guys are doing. I don't know. I to be honest, I don't think we'll have hurricanes, but I don't think we'll have. Man, what is my last update? So there's one part that's of the storm that is exceeding 130 knots. But that is one barb. That's nearly 150 miles per hour. We'll see when he makes his next. Makes his next turnaround. Because that one, he only recorded 950 millibars. So how's everybody doing today? Any, by the way, remember I have a meeting at 3:30, so we will be, unless something, really, really bad happens, I have to take that. Thank you, Glory. Yeah, Houston's gonna get affected, impacted by wind. May get some rain. But actually, I'm pretty confident to say that this is going to stay at Cat 4. I'm confident enough to say that. Yeah, that dono goal is for Streamlabs. That was YouTube donations. But I can add yeah, that's for Streamlabs donations. But you are right. Let me fix that. Ready to there, that should be updated. Yeah, this donation counter, that's through Streamlabs. The Streamlabs bot posts the link. I'm waiting for this recon to come in. He's on the west side of the storm right now. Do you know if they're flying Miss Piggy today? Miss Piggy is an aircraft. Landfall. My safe bet for landfall right now would be you guys want to see something like not good? Like, this is not good. Look how big that eye wall is. I think that's bigger than Hurricane Douglas that was in the Pacific. So, landfall, the eye landfall will be tonight. If you want to be honest, it's technically the outer bands have already made landfall. They did issue a tornado watch. Tornado watch for portions of southern and western Louisiana, far southeast Texas, and coastal waters, effective this Wednesday afternoon and evening from 2:40 until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Few tornadoes likely. A risk for a few tornadoes will accompany outer rain bands associated with Hurricane Laura through this afternoon. So there's quite a few and that's expected, right? With a hurricane, it brings that the velocity and vorticity inland. So, you will see that at the bottom of the screen. These tornado warnings, this one's already expired. This one's from 2:35 to 2:45. They're really, really fast. It may impact southern Illinois. Who said somewhere else is saying Cat 5? Somewhere else is fear mongering. They're putting fear into your head. Right now it is a Cat 4. And the likelihood of a Cat 5 is pretty slim. So don't trust your National Hurricane Center and your National Weather Service and your local offices. If your news or local office says from your local area says that a Cat 5, I would definitely if the National Weather Service says Cat 5, but I would they're not saying that right now. They actually haven't even said it. I don't think they'll ever say it because due to it being so close to land, it would have to turn to a Cat 5, like literally right at land. Yeah, prepare for it as it is, could be a Cat 5. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. We're waiting our next update. Well, John, so at least every 30 seconds, I can't do that because I am not on. I'm going off of the National Hurricane Center. We'll be able to show on radar exactly where it's at, but every 30 seconds, National Hurricane Center does every hour. So I'm going to tell you right now, it is 190 miles southeast of Port Arthur, Texas, and 190 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. If you want the location. And that was as of 2 p.m. So it's probably now at 184 miles. Just my guess. Because if it's moving 16 miles per hour, that'd be 184 miles. But if I could give that precise location exactly where it's at, when it comes where we can see it on radar, you'll for sure know exactly where it's at. I want everybody to be aware of that. You'll for sure know exactly where it's at. Next update should be in the next 10 minutes at least. I wonder. I have concerns. Some people. Glory, he lives on, I live on YouTube? Well, the past 3 days, 3 days I've lived on YouTube. Oh man, it's been, but I do this for everybody. I do this for you guys. Okay, now it's getting a little ridiculous. Yeah, I'm not showing that on cam. That is a no. I wonder what some of these people out here that go out here on the... Let's go out and look at the waves. I wonder what their minds are thinking. Do you ever wonder that? Like, oh hey, I'm gonna take pictures. I'm gonna go stand out in this wave. Even though the rip current is probably pretty strong. They have to be thinking of something. They have to be thinking of something. Like, there's got to be something going on in their head. You know, I heard the saying, like a hamster wheel. Oh, did you cat talk, Glory? You cat typed in capital letters. And Streamlabs got you. But they have to be like, that hamster wheel has got to be spinning. It's got to be spinning. Like, to a thought, maybe. Like, listen. There's big waves coming. These waves, some of these waves are taller than me. Right? Some of these waves are taller than me. Right? And I just gotta go take a picture. I just gotta get that one picture. I gotta get the fame of getting a picture of Hurricane Laura. I I don't know. The hamster vacuum. That's a good one. Do they not have sidewalks or something? There's got to be sidewalks. I don't know. There's something is spinning, that's for sure. Yeah, there is sidewalks. They're just walking on the sand. I'm not quite a genius, but I know that's not smart. So 3 o'clock updates, 140 miles per hour, 948 millibars. Water levels to beginning to rise along the coast of Texas. A National Ocean Survey water level station at Sabine Pass, Texas, recently reported about 2.3 feet. So nothing real. It's 175 miles southeast of Port Arthur, Texas, and about 175 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. I was 9 miles off. Necro, you're on top of it. I think this may be moving a little bit faster than 16 miles per hour, though. Because in the past hour, if it's moving at 16 miles per hour, that's 16 miles in 1 hour. And it was like 24 miles in 1 hour. So, I don't know. In Thierrot, Louisiana, they got 67 mile per hour winds. Oh, you were only in there for 100 seconds. You're free now. According to Jeff Piotrowski, there have been 911 calls from Louisiana coast from chasers that are trapped in their vehicle. Let's see if I can pull him up if he's streaming. No, he's not streaming. So nice down there, and the waves are so calming. At a long time age, I used to go down there at night and sit on the seal. Did you? Send you all, Eastern USA, the best wishes and prayers from Oh, thank you, Toyer. I don't know that currency, but thank you. I'm assuming that's pounds. I'm assuming. I don't know. Euros. Well, thank you for the 10 euros. Yeah, the left side, I was looking at the last recon. The western side is, I wouldn't necessarily say picking up dry air, but is not as strong as it was 2 hours ago. But it's still a very, very defined thank you, Dabara. And welcome, Tyler. Haven't seen you in a while. If you guys are new, make sure you subscribe. If you just tuned in, make sure you hit that like button. I much appreciate it. In about 20 minutes, I gotta go to a meeting. And then yeah, you're welcome. And thank you. Yeah. And they're really, really quick. Mama. They're really quick spin-ups. Snowflake, what's your issue? Yeah, well, the outer bands always have. They're saying the eye's gonna go right over Lake Charles at 3 a.m. This would be a long night. $125 miles per hour over Lake Charles. Hey, didn't I say 2 days ago I was gonna make a direct hit on Lake Charles? No, I can't remember. Yeah, while I'm at my meeting, I will go to Twitter and I will find some more information. No. Few tornado warnings. Watch here or there. Well, there's Jay. Now he's done for school till next Monday. You're not doomed. You. It started about an hour ago. Snowflake. Hey. Why are you biting yourself? Come here. Come here. I think he'll probably get, I think max speed, 145. Hey, Jonathan. I think that's the max speed that will get. Yeah, 145. But I think at landfall, I think it'll be down to like 130, 125. You might lose power. What time is it? 3:12. Do you guys want me to play music while I... Do you want me to play music while I'm at my meeting, or what would you like? Okay. Hopefully it won't be long. Unfortunately, I can't play that. YouTube will. I'll probably play Flying High. Okay, I am going to... Jay, it will expire by the time it gets way before it gets to you. We can look at it, but it's... These are so... It's such a quick spin up, it's nearly gone. It's because it's an outer band of the tropical storm. Or a hurricane. Okay, I'm gonna... I will be back. I will be back after my meeting. Hey everybody. There is a new advisory out. So let's go look at that. $145 miles per hour. Let me pull up the chat. Go share this out on all your social media. Everybody go share this out on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Alright, so new updates. Storm surge watch has been discontinued east of mouth of the Mississippi River, include Loca Lake, Pontchartrain, Lake Merce, and Lake Bourne. So at 4 p.m., the eye of the Hurricane Laura was located near latitude 27.9 north, longitude 92.8 west. Laura is moving towards the northwest near 15 miles per hour. Turn towards the north-northwest and north is expected tonight, and northward motion should continue on Thursday. Reports from one sec, let me take a drink. $104.45. Laura's extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. Hazards are still the same for storm surge. Next advisory is 7 p.m., but they do the hourly advisories now due to it being so close. We will update our advisory. Now, there was a lot of questions in the chat and a lot of things. I'm doing all right. How about yourself? There was a lot of things saying in the chat, and I wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page. I don't know what was going on, but is everybody good? We will actually look at that, Jay. We'll be looking at that in a second, actually. Oops. So, How is everybody? Right now they're probably what's going on over there? What? I gotta do a few more things before I look at cameras. Unless there's... Do you just want me to look at it? Did I miss any donations or anything while I was gone? So if I did, I'm sorry. So let's start out. Hurricane Laura. Expected to make landfall at about 150 miles per hour, just right below a Cat 5. To the west of Lake Charles and the east of Houston. Thursday night, it should be up in the northwest Louisiana at 70 miles per hour. Friday early morning, 40 miles per hour near Little Rock. This is the current track. As you can see, the tannish is tropical storm force winds. You can already see it coming on shore. We will zoom into this in a few moments. Hurricane watch or hurricane warning is still in the same area that it has been. Tropical storm force warning as well, and tropical storm watch is in the same. Nothing really has changed there. This is as a 350. You could see the gusts are getting up 28 to 35 miles per hour. This is currently what it's looking like. Let's go look at... This is the thing that we were that I was showing you a little earlier. Let me get my... So tropical storm force winds are already on shore. Yeah, hurricane force winds are still offshore. They won't be on shore until tonight. This is the path of the tropical storm / hurricane. And it should be, the eye should make landfall right in between here. At probably a strong Cat 4. We do have a few cams. I look at all kinds of cams. Been looking at them all day. Definitely on the coast. So we'll look at this one. I'm only showing cams of the beaches at the moment because, well, most of us only want to see waves right now. So, here's one cam. Did the Storm Prediction Center change? Oh yeah. I said that. Okay, and I have a few more beach cams. That I can show you. There's people enjoying the beach, like the real Necro said. Enjoying the lovely beach during a hurricane. So, a lot of tornado warnings, that's normal for a tropical development. They last very short. It's a quick spin up and then it goes away. Confirm water spout. Yeah, there's probably tons of them. I like the real Necro said. I can't do much about, like, the tornado warnings are going so fast. If they were solid longer than 10 minutes, I'd be able to look into them, but they're so quick. It's yeah, Alexandria's gonna get some rain from an outer band. There is Hurricane Laura right there. I'll be right back. Sorry, you guys. Do you have any... Sorry, you guys. Okay, so... Is Jay still here? Jay? Oh. Oh, so we see at this tip up here, we have several tornado warnings. As we're coming up on to shore, I think we're going to talk a few things about we're going to talk about some things that when Hurricane Laura comes on shore, expected. There's going to be power outages, flooding, many different things. So I want to talk about those two things. We're going to start off with power outages, or should we start off with flooding? We'll start off with flooding. So flooding, if you haven't evacuated, floods result from rain, snow, coastal storms, all that. If you are under a flood warning, do not drive through flooded roadways. Turn around, don't drown. Just 6 inches of moving water can knock you down, and 1 foot of moving water can sweep your vehicle away. Stay off of bridges over fast-moving water. Depending on the type of flooding, evacuate if told so. Move to higher ground or higher floor. Stay where you are. So, yesterday I talked about your emergency kit, what to put in your emergency kit. We talked about communication, and we talked about preparation and evacuation. We didn't really talk about power outages. That is one thing we didn't talk about. I got a message on Discord. What should I do during a power outage? So, for one, right now you should be keeping in general, you should keep an inventory on items you need to rely on electricity. Talk to your medical provider about a power outage. That should have already been done. Plan for batteries and other alternatives to meet your needs to when power goes out. So a big thing, a lot of people use generators. Do not bring generators inside. It causes carbon dioxide poisoning, and that would be bad. Review your supplies available in case of a power outages. Have flashlights with extra battery for every household member. Use a thermometer in your refrigerator and freezer so that you can know the temperature when the power is restored. Throw out food if the temperature is 40 degrees or higher. Keep mobile phones and other electric equipment charged and gas tanks full. Keep freezers and refrigerators closed. The refrigerator will keep food cold for about 4 hours. A full freezer will keep the temperature for about 48 hours. Use coolers with ice if necessary. Monitor temperatures with a thermometer. Maintain food supplies that do not require refrigeration. Avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. Generators, camp stoves, or charcoal grills should always be used outdoors and at least 20 feet away from windows. Never use a gas stovetop or an oven to heat your home. Check on your neighbors if you have power outages. Due to the power outage that's going to be occurring, you are going to be in floods. Lake Charles will be underwater probably within the next 7 hours. The whole city will be completely underwater. So, every one of those houses will have no electricity, be flooded, and I don't think anybody stayed in Lake Charles, so I'm not too worried about that. So, power outages. When in doubt, throw it out for your refrigerator. Don't keep food that could make you sick. Any questions about that? If no questions, then we will move on with as this hurricane is only roughly 10 hours out, right? Maybe less than that. If you become stranded inside your... Yeah, exactly. If you become stranded or if you did not leave your house during a hurricane, I hope you determined before you decided not to leave your house. Good evening, American Rail fan. To protect yourself. I don't know if that's building barriers, doing but flooding, you need to just go higher up. Do not get into your attic. That's just common sense, because you can become trapped by flooded water. Becoming a Cat 5 is getting up there. The chances are getting up there. So when you go home after a hurricane, listen to local officials for information and special instruction. Be careful during cleanup. Wear protective clothing and work with someone else. Do not touch electrical equipment. If it's wet or if you are standing in water, it is safe to do so. Turn off electricity at the main breaker or fuse box. Likely, if you're in St. Charles, all that stuff will be off. Breakers will save phone calls for emergencies. Document any property damage with photographs. Contact your insurance company. Hopefully you already know all that. Storm surge. We will discuss storm surge. So, I'm going to actually pull this over here. Pull this up. So, this is storm surge, and this is going to be Cat 4 likely. And the red is greater than 9 feet above ground. Snowflake, why are you biting yourself? The yellow is 3 feet above ground. The lines in this section is levied area. Consult local officials for flood risk. But this is the likely outcome of the storm surge for this Cat 4 hurricane. If it does make Cat 5, even with the Cat 4, you might see some of these. Do I have any advisories for people who refuse mandatory evacuation? Just like the real Necro says, just pray. Like, wasn't a smart choice, but you know. I personally, as a YouTuber, cannot do anything. I can tell you, hey, you should have left. If you didn't leave, there was likely a reason why you couldn't leave. I did read a lot of things during, and it's very unfortunate. I read a lot of things during press briefings yesterday and today, this morning, that they could not afford, people could not afford to leave due to the pandemic. And that is very unfortunate that they have to go through that situation. And all I do is thank you for subscribing. All you, like, it's just, well, there's tons of things you can survive. You can survive anything if you put your mind to it. And I'm being honestly truthful. In any circumstance with it's I've been through fires, house fires, I've been through floods, you can, hey King Isaac, you can survive anything that you put your mind to it. Okay? This hurricane, just like every other hurricane, there's some people out there that make wrong decisions, and the wrong decision would be not leaving, but the right decision would be leaving. Now, since you didn't leave, they said this. Yeah, that's I've never heard of that. I've never heard somebody have to say that. Yeah, it's a Cat 4. What you should do, to be honest with you, in your house, I'd get, hopefully you have waterproof safe or fireproof safe, and put everything that you need in there. Because a good chance flooding, I don't know if anybody's been through a flood, but everything gets ruined. Everything. Everything gets ruined through flooding. In my apartment, my house here, I have a few things that went through a flood. And it is, like, you can tell it went through a flood. but it was damaged. Everything gets ruined. I don't care if it's walls, your bed, property, anything, everything gets ruined in a flood. There is not one thing that does not get ruined. Even pictures on the wall, they'll get ruined. Why will they get ruined? Because moisture will rise. The flood water, the waters come in, moisture rise, gets in the pictures, and there you go. But I think a lot of people heeded the warnings and left. I do know that I did see some people in there in the chats that said they couldn't leave, and that is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. It's very sad. But there's nothing I can do. I wish I had like tons of money just to like, hey, here, take a mill or something. Yeah, exactly, Kevin. You should, smartphones have it. You can have everything on your smartphone, legitimately. I'm gonna say St. Charles for sure. Cameron will be underwater for sure. Or not St. Charles, Lake Charles will be underwater for sure. Cameron will be underwater for sure. Galveston will be above water, but they will be taking some heavy rainfall, and anything on the east side of the eye wall, all that will be but I can tell you right now, I don't think anybody in my chat or anybody that is watching YouTube right now on anything, they're probably not doing anything. They're if there's probably not, the people that didn't leave are probably not doing anything. Because if you think about it, if one person tells you to leave, another person, the city tells you to leave, everybody's telling you to leave, and you don't leave, why would you care to watch a YouTube video? Why would you care to, you know what I mean? It got strong. So the reason why it got strong is when it wrapped up last night, it intensified. I can, so how far am I able to go back on this? So back here, when it was down here, if you remember last night, Bobby, if you were watching, there was dry air pulling in, and the eye wall wasn't able to form. Before I got off last night, convections was happening on the west end, and they looked to be getting stronger. Once that eye wall closed, there was no stopping. Because once you get a eye wall in a tropical storm or a hurricane, it just intensifies. Because the vorticity of the hurricane is, I don't know how to explain it, but Heather, how would you explain it? The vorticity is strengthening when there's a complete eye wall. I asked how would you explain what the intensification. Oh. Okay, never mind. Yeah, kinda. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. So once it was able to close, it was like Necro said, it was like Necro said, once the eye wall closed, it was just spinning like a figure skater. It's very I wouldn't mind seeing it from above. Yeah, Tech just said that. Or not Tech, the real Necro. Yeah, it's sad. But, you know, nothing you can do. Nothing anybody can do. So let's turn on some cameras maybe. Look at a few cams. Oh my. I don't even know if I want to show this. Oh my. These guys are the ones with hamster wheels that are evacuated. Anything for Millbank, South Dakota? No, nothing for up here. I can't do it. I shouldn't even show this. This is not right. Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't show that. That's yeah. They shouldn't have showed that. Sorry. That was stupid. No, I think that's Galveston. No, Lake Charles cam is all blurry. It's all rainy and stuff. Oh, this one isn't. The next update should be coming out. I'm going to be eating soon. Yeah, next update is should be coming out soon. I'm kind of scared. I live 3 hours away, but Hurricane Hannah was 2 hours away and didn't do anything to my city. Kevin's right. I'm scared also. There's something headed east in these storms. They won't make it to. They shouldn't make it to Millbank. I just stay weather aware. This is hurricane coverage. We're not on. Well, I can't prepare. I'm not down there. So make sure you guys like. We do have the next update. Next update is out. I got something in my eye. Low tide occurred the northwestern Gulf Coast within the past hour. Water levels are expected to rise quickly through the evening and overnight due to storm surge and tide. 140 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and 140 miles south-southeast of Port Arthur. Present movement is northwest at 15 miles per hour. Still maximum sustained winds at 145. Minimum central pressure is 947. Well, Kevin, what part of the country do you live in? I can tell you why they stood outside. By the place, the country, or the state you live in. Oh, alright, yeah. I was gonna say, if you're up from the north, man, that's all we do is sit outside and watch them.
As low as 211.
Yeah, well, if you're still in Baymont, Oakdale, Baton Rouge, you could still leave, but to be honest, Lake Charles and Cameron, Port Arthur, it's too late now. You better just hunker down. Forecast. Storm surge. We will look right now. Peak surge in that area. 15 to 20 feet. Unsurvivable. I'm making a red ruby slipper. So yeah, I will be here throughout the night. I think Heather's gonna try being here. I think Seth's gonna try being here. Mama's not gonna be here as much due to the fact if you're in Kansas State there, yeah. Yeah, she'll keep me, she's gonna keep me up to date. Yeah, I know, Kevin. We won't talk about it. We won't talk about it. It's not. I wasn't too worried about them taking it. Yeah, we won't talk about that. But I did read about it, and hey, man, more power to them, I guess. I don't think it's gonna solve anything, but you know. Bobby, they're two different. It's two different reasons. You look it up if you want to know more about the reason why it's postponed. But it has nothing to do with the weather. Man, it's already getting up there. The water. Like that water. That water was down here. And now it's up here. That's a good 100 feet. That eye just deepening. Let me pause this. You know, there's probably be a lot of birds out there because food's going to be getting swept up. If you haven't liked already, make sure you hit that like button. If you're new, I'm James the Weatherman. Make sure you subscribe and hit the tongue twister. Make sure you subscribe and hit that bell notification. Hey guys, watching this in Ireland, stay safe and sassy, everyone. Welcome, Rebecca. You're new. Thank you for tuning in, Rebecca. I'm gonna be honest with you. Rebecca is a good name. I don't know why, but Rebecca is a good name. I think it's a very lucky name too. I don't know why, but I think it's a very lucky name. There's a lot of lucky names out there. And James is not a lucky name. James is a common name. Us Americans over here. Yeah, it must be late. Well, it must be early morning. Your dad's name is James? Yeah, James is a common name. Yeah. Kevin. No. So I'm gonna get something to eat. What's everybody having for dinner tonight? Oh, yeah, I can show. I just want to try to avoid showing shots of people not using their brain. Taking a stroll in the park. They don't have to be there, but they choose to be there. Did everybody tell me what they were having for dinner? Oh. Burgers and fries. Your dinner is prepared for you? So you don't choose your dinner? Which pier? Oh, that pier this pier out here? Oh, probably pretty close. What do you mean you have, like, people make food for you? I wish I could have people make food for me. This street's probably gonna have water on it, though. Yeah, they probably make enough money to. Oh, I gotta change that. When's the next update? Seven. I think everybody should be treated with. I don't know. Look at these outer bands of thunderstorms. Probably a lot of lightning. And I think the eye will probably be like this. And the storm. We'll probably look at New Orleans cam and well, this area is gonna get a lot of water. And this area will get just flooded with storm surge. We have the I do remember Katrina. Okay, I got to. Oh. What, Katrina? That was like 15 years ago, wasn't it? outside, Snowflake? She tilts her head. Okay, I will leave it on. This, and I will be right back. Hey, it's James the Weatherman here. How is everybody doing today? Just got done eating some dinner. And I know, I'm a guy that likes to watch the news sometimes, so turned on the news, the world ABC News, right? And, yeah, I wasn't to do a, was gonna look at that, but, checking it out, and Ginger Z was talking to, a meteorologist was talking to some people. What? You ruined my day? No, they were talking to some people, and this lady, oh yeah, this lady down in I don't know, a port someplace. She's 90 years old, right? And she said, or her neighbor is staying there to watch over her because she doesn't want to leave due to everything going on in the world. She says, I think I'm safer up here than... And I guess she lived in where Katrina hit. And then she lived 2 years ago, she lived in where Michael was. Hit Michael. And she survived both of those. So now she's thinking that, hey, she can... She's a really old lady. I think they said she was like 90 or something. And I'm like, man, if she survives this, man, I want her autograph or something. Surviving 3 major hurricanes that you should get a medal for. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, she, yeah, supposedly they said that she just moved into this building. It's a white brick building. She just moved into it. Yeah, that's just insane. So, that's the only reason why I watch the news sometimes, usually for the weather. Everything else is just pointless. They just repeat themselves. What sheriff? I've seen a couple sheriffs say some things. I'm not going to repeat. If you're talking about the sheriff, I think it was Baton Rouge sheriff, I'm not going to repeat what he said. If you guys want to know what he said, you guys can look it up. But okay, I'll say it. Well, a sheriff for a county, in his exact words. Here, let me look up I'll quote him on this. I did say it. No, I don't want. If it's the one I'm thinking about, I know one sheriff said that. What'd you say? What'd you say earlier? Well, a sheriff somewhere down in a small town, I think, said that if you didn't leave, it's basically... How do I want to say it? No, it's he made it sound like the person was mentally ill. Like this is a suicide mission. The way he said it, or the way I read it on, I think, Facebook. No, he didn't say that. He said that you should be put into a suicide center or something on that line. If you didn't leave, your gut feeling, you know that, yes. So that one, Jeff, that you heard, that I said or that Heather said? Oh, okay, so that one, I did see that one, but I'm talking about the one that said that you were mental if you didn't leave. Yeah, write your name on your body and write your name all over places, but it's... If you have a gut feeling, like I said earlier a couple hours ago, if you have a gut feeling that you can survive this, you can do it. This is a fast-moving storm. There's going to be a lot of water. Hopefully you know how to swim, and there you go. And I'll be here throughout the whole thing. Like, I really am looking out for your safety, looking out for everybody's safety. Friends, family, anybody. I'm looking out for your safety, and that's when I say that you should leave. You should leave. Because I care. I really do. Like, some people, I'm not going to talk religion here. There's going to be no religion talk, but some people do pray, and some people do religious things, and I really do feel bad for the people that they can't leave. They can't leave. I was watching the news today, and a couple was turned down because a couple weeks ago his wife had a positive test. They were turned down for a bus ride to leave dangerous hurricane storm coming. It is possible that the winds are going to be 120 miles per hour for over 3 hours in Lake Charles. Over 3 hours. Let's look at that right now. Yeah, we'll look at the NAM, right? Here's Lake Charles. So 3 hours. You got the front of the northeast part of the storm, the middle eastern part of the storm, and you got the southeast part of the storm. It's going to be packing 120 miles per hour wind. It's going to be sitting over Lake Charles. That's going to be like a tornado. Like a tornado just sitting over you. Look at this. We'll start right here. Lake Charles. Okay, this is at 2 a.m. 2 a.m. 3 a.m. Right here, that's 8 a.m. This is 8 a.m. We started at 2 a.m. This is gust of 143 miles per hour. 143 miles per hour. Lake Charles is going to be under. The city of Lake Charles will be flattened. Unfortunately, it's hard to say, but the city of Lake Charles will be flattened. Will be gone. It's very... Oh, Ginger Z's on again.
Look at that map. That's tropical storm force winds tonight from Houston to New Orleans, David.
Ginger, thank you. And we'll see you at 10 for the convention. Good night.
Okay. Let's look at the new update. It's probably going to be 150 mile per hour winds. Let's check. 145. 130 miles south of Lake Charles. 130 miles south-southeast of Port Arthur, Texas. Still 145 miles per hour. Yes, Jeff. Lake Charles is going to be sitting under 130 to 140 mile per hour winds for 4 hours. Wind gusts. It's very it is I have some cams for I have some cams for Lake Charles. I don't think we're going to be able to see much due to having rain and other stuff that would stop it. But I am going to stay up till landfall and maybe even after landfall. So Lake Charles is going to be under 150 mile per hour gust for 4 to 5 hours. It's going to be rough. It's going to be unfortunate. So, what time is it? 6:02. Let's look at... Let's go look at a few things. Let's see the update of this. About the 4 to 5 hours. The 130, 140. So if you just tuned in, I'm James the Weatherman. Welcome to my stream. I'm usually a severe weather guy, but the past 3 days I've been tracking Tropical Storm Laura, now a Hurricane Laura, now it's major Hurricane Laura, and it would not surprise me if Laura becomes, they pull a Michael, and Laura at the end of all this changes to a Category 5. But currently the eye is about 130 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and about 130 miles south-southeast of Port Arthur, Texas. Maximum sustained winds is 145 miles per hour. Present movement is northwest at 15 miles per hour. The next intermediate update is at 7. And then we have one at 10. Every hour they are updating as they're updating the locations and stuff. That's what they do usually when hurricanes come close to land. So we're going to keep on track of this. To do a... No, after Michael... they categorize it as a Cat 5. Like, I don't know how long after, and then... But I think this is less than 10 miles per hour under a Cat 5. And none of us thought it was going to be this strong. We had a few that people said low, Cat 4. A few people saying Cat 2, Cat 3. But there was nobody in my chat that said high Cat 4, low Cat 5. It's unfortunate. I'm sad. But as the real Necro said, and it still could strengthen or slow down. It has slowed down 1 mile per hour. I'm going to look at something. I've never looked at this before. But I'm going to look at something. I'm always curious about things. Should have called me Curious George. Once that gets closer, Heather, will you remind me to look at that? That's the eye wall. Isn't that interesting? So I want to look at forecast models on this. And oops. To look at 3D with my GR2. Doesn't cover the whole state of Louisiana. Look at that. 120. Why so many hours of what? So many hours of wind? Because it's a very, very large storm. That eye wall. How high is that eye? Yeah. Thank you, Robson, for subscribing. Snowflake. Where have you been, Jay? Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Where are you finding that the highest I've got is 941 millibars and 141 miles per hour on that current recon that's going out. That's the current one. They've got up to 145. Welcome back. Where did you see the... What is everybody doing? Wow. Yeah, I don't know either, Jeff. Because it's a very large storm going over it. Is that on... Is that on Twitter? Yeah, will you do that? Oh, oh, I see it. Mission number 24. I see it. Oh, who's it by? Why would you say that, Heather? Oh. Heather, why'd you say that? Who? Who mentioned... Nobody mentioned another stream. Then why didn't you delete it? I need to figure this out. Thank you, Jeff, and trying to okay, and I need to change this. Okay. So we're waiting for the 7 p.m. intermediate updates. Yeah, the categories right now doesn't really matter. You're exactly right. Let me hit the nail on the... Is this a nice setup, better setup? The 7 p.m. update will probably be 150. The cam. What cam? That is in I think that's Galveston. Let me see. Which one is that? That's this. This is the seawall. The Galveston seawall cam. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. Like, make. I don't want to make. I want to. What am I trying to say? I'm confused. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Like, legitimately, I have no idea what I'm trying to say. That's Galveston seawall. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know either. I'm going to look at Lake. All these cams are down probably because this cam up now. I can't tell if this cam is up because there's no movement.
Welcome back to the National Hurricane Center. This is Ken Graham right here in our operations area. The time on the clock, 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central. Let's get the latest information on Hurricane Laura. 145 mile an hour winds, 947 millibars on the pressure, about 130 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana, moving northwest at 15 miles an hour. So this latest stats, let's look at the radar. A couple things to notice here, that rain band that we've been talking about before that produced, looking at some of those tornado warnings and just having some of these become severe and start rotating, that's continuing to push northward. But you notice when you start looking at the radar out of Lake Charles, you start seeing the eye right there and start seeing those right the eye wall, the strong thunderstorms, the heavy rain and the high winds. But I do want to point out that you are starting to see some of these other rain bands form, and you start seeing some of that rain over the same areas over and over, and that could cause some of that flash flooding. So in those rain bands, you could get tornadoes, especially on that right front portion of the storm here. 90% of your tornadoes occur there. So we're going to have to watch out for that. The latest track that we have, looking at the size of the storm moving forward, here's our center. The actual hurricane force winds stretch out about 60 miles out from that center is the latest statistics. And tropical storm force winds, especially that northeast portion right here, about 205 miles from the center. So getting some information, we actually have some observations showing some of those tropical storm force winds already making it into Louisiana. So with time, expect landfall tonight, early tomorrow morning. And then a strong storm like this is going to continue to be a hurricane for a while. So you're going to start seeing hurricane force winds stretch inward portions of East Texas, the upper Texas coast, and southwest Louisiana, and stretching forward. Still a strong tropical storm, even 1 p.m. Thursday. So even tomorrow afternoon, you're starting to see some of this, the winds and the rain, even up into Arkansas. So if you combine the winds with the rainfall, you can see a lot of downed trees. You can see power outages, just a significant event, catastrophic event for the coast. We can see some significant impacts even northward. That rainfall, 6 to 8 inches, even 10 to 15 inches in some of these areas. So not just coastal, but through Louisiana, East Texas, even up into Arkansas. So let's look at the storm surge. This is what we've been really trying to focus on so much today. You look at some of this inundation that we have, and that's well inland. So we're looking at areas over 9 foot of storm surge stretching not just on the coast, but inland. Cameron Parish, you start looking at Calcasieu Parish, Lake Charles, drawing I-10 across here. You see that, even some of that storm surge moving north of I-10, and that's about 50 miles north. So all these rivers and bayous that normally drain all that rain, you're pushing storm surge up. The water is going to flow the opposite direction. And look at some of those values. We've been talking about this throughout the day. This is not survivable. This is a serious situation, dangerous situation, and you've got to be able to listen to those local officials and get out of there, because you start seeing areas of 10 to 15 foot of storm surge between the brackets of Intercoastal City all the way to the Surrey State Park, Johnson Bayou to Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, 15 to 20 foot of storm surge, not including the waves. So this has been the latest update. Hurricane Laura from right here at the National Hurricane Center.
That was just updates. Like the real Necro said. That was just updates. Remember, I listen to my stream when I play things, because I don't know why. Welcome, Chain. Yeah. Yeah, you can already see the bands, the heavy bands. We can actually let's you know what, let's see what 647. Alright, they updated it. 150 miles per hour. This is what? 6 miles per hour from a Cat 5? We're getting close to hurricane force winds on coast. Thank you, Vanessa, for subscribing. Okay, Mama, just keep me updated. Okay, I'm gonna do the 7 p.m. update. Okay. So the 7 p.m. At 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time, the eye of the hurricane was located near latitude 28.4 north, longitude 92.9 west. This is approximately 120 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and about 120 miles south-southeast of Point Arthur, Texas. Laura is moving towards the north-northwest, near 15 miles per hour. A turn towards the north is expected overnight, and a northward motion should continue on Thursday. A northeastward to east-northeastward motion is expected Thursday night and Friday. On the forecast track, Laura will approach the upper Texas and southwest Louisiana coasts this evening and move inland within the area tonight. The center, Laura, is forecasted to move over northwestern Louisiana tomorrow across Arkansas Thursday night and over the mid-Mississippi Valley on Friday. Reports from the NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicates that the maximum sustained winds have increased to near 150 miles per hour with higher gusts. Laura is an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Some additional strengthening is possible tonight before Laura reaches the northwest Gulf Coast overnight. Rapid weakening is expected after Laura moves inland. Hurricane force winds extend onward up to 60 miles from the center. So the center is 120 miles from coast. Little less than that. So that's hurricane force is going to probably reach within the next couple hours. Sustained and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 205 miles. Sustained winds of 48 miles per hour was recently reported by Cypremort Point, Louisiana on Vermilion Bay. Minimum central pressure estimated from the NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft observation is 940 millibar. Again, this is unsurvivable storm surge with large and destructive waves. Cause catastrophic damage from Searim State Park, Texas to intercoastal city, Louisiana. The complete advisory is at 10 p.m. I'm updating a few of the where did I... No, Mama of Six is in Texas. Pretty sure. I don't know. This camera's not working. Um. I'm just getting one more camera set up and I'll be ready to go. She's in Texas. I don't know what part of Texas. I just know she's in Texas. Okay. Mama, do you live in Texas, right? Actually, I know you live in Texas. I sent you a package. Here we go. Wait, why is... Oh, I know. Rain band intensifying. What, the one on the northeast side of it? Which, none of the cameras are loops. They're all live. I'm pretty sure. You're right, Bobby. No, it's not. Not really. It might be... No, I don't think it is. Bobby, I don't think it is. On No, it's still a solid high wall. This is where tropical storm force winds maybe 71 miles from you. The hurricane force is still about 100 miles out from the coast. Jay. Tropical storm force winds might be close to you. They actually might even be closer than 71 miles. What, the tropical storm force winds? Hey, Chris. If you're new, welcome. If you just tuned in, make sure you hit that like button. Thank you. Yeah, the main outer band has reached coast. So you're probably getting a lot of rain already. Anywhere from Cameron all the way to Morgan City. You're probably getting some moderate rain. So we have it all set up. Necro, you think I should start a fresh new stream, or Heather? Do you think? What is this? Oh. Yeah, clips and stuff. Oh, man. We've been on for 9 hours. I'll set up a new live stream and then maybe no, I think you know what? Maybe at the 10 o'clock update. I don't know. I can just keep it like this, yeah. So welcome. Let's Yellow Bill. I think that's probably a cafe or something, or a bar. It's in Galveston. So if you're new, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe. I'm James the Weatherman. Welcome. The cameras we have are from Galveston. The middle is infrared, long wave, infrared. The left is WSV3. This is the hurricane coming ashore, probably within the next 3 hours or so. And the advisories will be in the bottom. Once we get closer to shore, we're going to kind of switch on over to a program, WSV3. This shows all the warnings and everything, tornado warnings at the bottom of the screen. Currently, we are on this other showing cameras and all, but we're getting ready for landfall from Category 4, possibly Category 5. Hurricane Laura. It's going to make landfall in Louisiana and Texas. And probably within the next 3 hours. Well, 3 hours, give or take. Yeah, I don't know. Some of these people that are in this cam are getting out of their cars, taking pictures, going down by the ocean. It's very strange, but you know, can't do anything. Can't make everybody happy. But yeah, if you have any questions, the next update is in about 40 minutes. Due to the storm being so close to land, they do updates every hour. So if you have any questions, I'm James the Weatherman. Welcome to channel. We have 2 cameras out live that's tracking, or that's looking at the coast as Hurricane Laura comes in. We have infrared. We can actually turn it back to satellite. As you kind of see the halfway mark, that's it turning dark or sundown. If you just tuned in, make sure you hit that like button. Let's get to 100 likes. And why is not shifting? Why is it not shifting? I don't understand Marlness. Oh, you asked. Looks like it's going to stray Houston. Yeah, thankfully. Man, that would have been rough. Nine more likes and then we had 100 likes. It's crazy. But if you're new, you're wondering who I am, I'm James the Weatherman. I usually do severe weather, like tornadoes and severe weather. I storm chase. But I've been doing this for the past 4 days. And So. Thank you, Heather. Did not know Hurricane Laura can go on land. Yeah. Wait. Three more likes. I've been past 3 days. I've been streaming non-stop. Yeah. Ryan, where did you see it confirmed? Tech or Necro, will you look into that? Ryan says 160 mile per hour winds, Cat 5. You guys know this is the strongest hurricane ever to hit this area. Check Levi. Oh wow. Four minutes ago. The water come up. Yeah. We're almost to 100 likes. If you're new, welcome. Waiting for that update. No, it's very, very close, though. The recon showed... The recon did show... But yeah, doesn't really matter. Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't really matter anymore, dude. It's too late. Cat 5, Cat 1. Hey, Jonathan. Welcome. Well, we'll see on the next update on what they say, and they may upgrade it. Wouldn't surprise me. Where? Are you talking about the birds? With wind, yeah. Yeah, what's up? Okay. Jay, it very well could be. They're saying it's going to go from a depression to a storm again once it gets out into the Atlantic. Pretty steady low. What time is high tide in Galveston? Yeah, in the Gulf. We've had one in the Pacific, I think. Haven't we? We haven't in the Atlantic or the Gulf. We haven't had a Cat 4 or Cat 3. Bobby, I have not ignored you. I just didn't see your messages. Oh, I did read that you don't think it's become a Cat 5. And it's way too close to Cat 5 to even say it's not a Cat 5. It is whatever category it is it's too high, and a lot of people are in definitely. I think high tide for these guys is like 8. It can't be 10. But you can see Hurricane Laura in the clouds. Yeah, they are frantic. No, Jeff, I said 120 mile per hour gusts. Yeah. Oh man, chair is like. Is an update out? No, an update's not out yet. Wind gusts are going to be 100 and... Man, I have to stand up. I'm waiting for the advisory, the 8 p.m. advisory. I know you are, Jay. You were hoping school was closed today. Well, they're doing hourly advisories now. Jay, yeah. I thought you were staying with me all night. Looking at the National Weather Service chat, and I see... Did they issue another tornado watch? Getting closer and closer. You guys. It's getting close. It's getting real close. Zoom in on the eye. I can... No, I can't. Not on satellite. Oh, I think I can sit back down. Man, look at those waves hit that fishing pier. I have no idea. I don't know, but people are still sitting on it, not sitting on the pier, but sitting on the pathway to get to the pier, taking pictures. One of them got splashed in water and then they're moving back. This pier is located in Galveston, I think. Yeah, it is. Did the update come in? It did. 150 miles per hour still. 95 miles from south of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and 95 miles southeast of Port Arthur, Texas. 937 millibars. We just updated it. Not quite a Cat 5 yet. Co, aren't you in like Ohio? Still a really, really high Cat 4. Co, you're fine. You're in Ohio. We have. Let me go look at this tornado warning. It's near Centerville. No. Hey, Co-Craft, I had Chick-fil-A too. It's 95 miles from land. Chicken nuggets. I'll be right back. Snowflake, are you trying to talk to them? She's right next to the mic. Snowflake. She's right next to the mic. That's why you guys could hear her. I'm gonna go mix myself some hot chocolate. You crazy dog. Usually don't have hot chocolate until like winter time, but you know, it's always winter in North Dakota. Oh, I just seen Jay just said I only have hot chocolate when it's very cold, like December type. You know, the price of gas is gonna skyrocket due to this one. You know why? Because it's near Lake Charles is one of the main gas or oil refineries. So, welcome back. I'm back too. Oh man, that hot chocolate. What's your info? What's your info? I'm gonna go check to see Lake Charles cam. All you see on the Lake Charles cams are police. Oh, it's nighttime, so it's gonna be hard to see anything. I wish I had marshmallows right now. I can't zoom in on the eye. I go like this maybe. Well, Jay, all of Lake Charles is going to be underwater after this. Man. Hey, so who's staying up all night with me? Who's staying up all night? Well, come on, Bobby. Come on, Bobby. All right. Have a good night, Chris. Thank you for tuning in. Okay. Why can't you, Bobby? Your apartment is 40 feet off the ground? Well, you should be pretty good if you're 40 feet up. Come on, Bobby. I didn't even have an energy drink. Done nothing. Hey, that's alright. Man, I'm gonna do my best to stay awake. I might have to At least 12 hours. You know that's not good for you. Unless you're under like 14. Yeah, well, I think over 12 hours of sleep is way too much for anybody. That's half the day. Bobby, do you realize that? That's half the day. Oh, so buoys are usually depends where they are, but most of them are just on water, and they measure the wave height by the upward movement, if you know what I mean. Jonathan, you might get rain. Yeah, that's a good question. How long does everybody sleep in here? We got a guy that sleeps halfway through the day. Seven hours, 5 to 6, 8, 12. No, Bobby, you said at least 12. Mama Heather, how many hours do you sleep? Or Catherine, or who else? 8 to 10 hours a night, depending on if anxiety. I feel you there. Five to 6. 12 to 14. Wow. You know how I sleep? I sleep probably 5 to 7, maybe. How many hours do you sleep, Mama? I think Heather already went to sleep. Oh, Trackside, welcome. Six to 7, 5 to 7. James, so you got 100? 100 what? Oh yeah, I think I got 100 likes. Heather was eating like 2 hours ago, I thought. Or an hour ago. I'll probably have to turn on my lights in my bedroom to stay awake. That's what I'll probably have to do tonight. Storm surge to push 40 miles inland. Well, you are, like, younger than me. What time is it? 23. I can't sleep with lights on. There's no way I can sleep with lights on. Unless like tomorrow, when I go to sleep, I'll be able to sleep with lights on. I'll pass out. I will pass out. Didn't somebody in here say you guys knew Spanish? Was it Jonathan? I don't know Spanish. Why? What do you mean? Why is she stranded? She work in Lake Charles? You have broken sleep? Yeah, I do too. Due to my back injuries. You were checking chat? We've been talking to you for like 10 minutes. Come on, Bobby. Come on, Bobby. Heather's probably one of those people that sleeps 5 hours. She said she's staying up all night with me. Bobby, if you put your mind to it, Bobby, you can do it. You can sleep for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and you're good for 2 days. There is no way. I might even clunk out tonight. Pass out while talking to you guys. No, I think I'll be good. I don't drink coffee, Bobby. She sleeps longer than 2 minutes. I'm saying 5 hours. Dayquil. Yeah, once this makes landfall, I'm hoping that I can find find some pictures and you still got a ways. I don't even think hurricane force winds are on shore yet. Yeah, they're not even on shore yet. There may be an eye wall replacement going on right now. Or trying to. Because it's turning into a square. It's wobbly. I'll talk to you later, Chain. Was that a pun? Super sharp. Oh. Try. Yeah. I'm passing you, Jonathan. Who is Jay? Hey, Jonathan. I think I'm in first. KALB. KALB. Are they live? Maybe are they live on their Facebook or something? They are live on Facebook. Everybody want points? I won't be able to show it due to it being in news. Yeah, Houston's just gonna get wind. Is it not windy there right now? No, I can't show it due to it being the news. But I can watch it. Okay, everybody that's in here right now gets that. That, and I'm gonna start a giveaway too. Everybody likes giveaways, right? I'm gonna win my own giveaway. No, you can only raffle one for one ticket. Yeah, if... Yeah, I will give everybody points if I win my own giveaway. You already have a ticket, Heather. And I gave everybody points, by the way, as well. Mama, you have a ticket already. That's to win on the raffle. All you have to do is do exclamation mark raffle, but you only have 1 minute and 24 seconds. I might have to go sit on my head or something. Oh, they're spraying for mosquitoes. Okay, you guys ready? That's my dog, Snowflake. Okay. J1. So it's just for points, and points you can play games. Get. So here, I'll show you my dog. This is my dog. The points are used for like gambling and heists. And you have well, Heather, you're in 7th place now. Next update's coming up soon. How many points do you have? No, Gloria, you can play games. Do exclamation mark points. Do this. Do this. Excuse me. Yeah, I need a power nap. I'll be back in 2 hours as well. Just kidding. There we go. There's that big band. There she is. Laura is making her way inland currently. And she put off a big tornado warning. Yeah, big one. It's probably multiple tornadoes. Okay, let me check on updates. New update in. 90 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. 90 miles south-southeast of Port Arthur. 150 miles per hour still. The pressure is 937. I am having a feeling that on our next big advisory, we'll know some more. And that is in 1 hour. Jay, this is still a long ways from you. You still got... This won't be at I-10 for... Well, the bands will be, but the I won't make it to I-10 until probably midnight. Probably something like that. You got Marsh, South Marsh 268A, supporting 59 mile per hour winds, gusts 81 miles per hour. I'm not doing it this time, Jonathan. You're on your own. Hey, Jonathan. Good luck, Jonathan. Oh, wow. Wow. I give up. I ain't gambling no more. You're a cheater. What's the points at? You can't be ahead by much. What's the points at? No, you're barely ahead. Oh yeah, there's been a few. Been a few here or there. one that's right here. Yeah. All active warnings and everything will be at the bottom of the screen, scrolling. This, they extended it to 8 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So for the next 12 hours, this tornado watch will be. For 11 hours. So you're in a tornado watch, Jay, for the next 11 hours. No, it's just it's the same tornado watch. It's just the same one. No, he's not even in danger. It's just there's a hurricane coming on coast, of course. They'll probably issue one tomorrow at from Shreveport, Monroe, all the way up to Greenville and Texarkana. Yeah, right. If you didn't evacuate, just hunker down. That would be the best. Don't be these idiots out here that are taking pictures and well, I think they have left. Law enforcement. Well, somebody with lights came out and was telling people, or looked like telling people to leave. Well, it's no. Trackside. No. Yeah, so the last Hurricane Isaias, right? I was discussing the same thing is, so if you're in a hurricane, right, getting flooded, and there's a tornado coming, which one would you rather be? Would you rather be taking cover from the tornado or trying not to drown? Yeah, it's a quick thinking. What are you gonna choose? Like, so you don't want to drown. Say, I would YOLO it. You only live once. I don't want to be near water. That is one big, because thunderstorms are coming in with it and have lightning. That's the last place you want to be. There's water, so I would get up. I'd just get up and get out of there. Yeah. There's another tornado warning. This is likely. Let me see these tornado warnings. Oh, until 9:15. I was gonna be like, do they might as well just issue, like, because this is, let's play this. You know, let's. Yeah, exactly. So I would get out of water. I'd probably, in all honesty, it'd be a quick thought, and it'd be like, yep, I'm going to the top of the roof. Like, you know, stuff's gonna happen. I'll build myself a box or something, and wind's gonna knock me out, and then. But I don't want. But you don't really think about it. Tornado warning, take cover, right? Flooding, you don't want to be in the basement. You don't want to be. Yeah, exactly. But if you're in Lake Charles, you're going to have 125 mile per hour winds for 3-4 hours. I would rather drown than get tossed in a loop at 40 miles per hour. Well, I can promise you, 40 miles per hour, you're not going to get tossed in a loop. You must have not been outside when it was 40 miles per hour wind. Unless you're a dog. If you were a dog, maybe. Shoot, in one of my last videos, I was out. Yeah, Lake Charles is going to be flattened. Like, I'm not ready to see pictures Friday. Yeah, 75 miles per hour could pick you up if it caught you off guard. Yeah, if it caught you off guard. But it wouldn't, like, throw you, like, it wouldn't lift you up. Unless you're, like, a dog or you weigh, like, 70 pounds. Oh, I see you later, Jonathan. Yes, they have oil factories. That's where a lot of gas comes from. Yeah, well, yeah, I know what you mean. I do know what you mean. I do know what you mean. I do. I do. I do. It is not your day. No. Have you been in the lake of Lake Charles? Can you even swim in Lake Charles? What do you mean? You've never swam with a gator? I think I'd probably be more worried about sharks. Or does it connect? It's got to connect to the Gulf. What is it? Is it not normal to swim with gators? What have I been doing all my life? I thought it was normal to swim with gators. Yeah, there is sharks in the Gulf. I don't know what kind, but there's sharks in the Gulf. Bull sharks, black tip shark, oceanic white tip shark, dusky shark. There's a lot of sharks in the Gulf. I've seen an alligator. I've seen a crocodile. I've actually held a... Was it a crocodile or a baby alligator? I don't know. I held something that was a baby. Yeah, I am well aware there's sharks in any big body of water. There's for sure something that's bigger than you. And I'm even talking lakes too. Not sharks are not in lakes, but there's some big fish in lakes. There's sharks in the Pacific. I know there's blunt-nosed sharks in the Pacific. Those are close to Hawaii. There's sharks all over the ocean. And they're coming closer and closer to land because it's warmer. And they see a lot of movement. So you guys remember in Florida where that girl was eaten by that gator at that hotel? I actually stayed at that hotel when I was down in Florida. Didn't see any gators in that. They did have a gator sign in there that stay away. Seen tons of iguanas. I've seen a crocodile. Shark Week. Wasn't Shark Week like last week or 2 weeks ago? Isn't Shark Week like... Isn't that a legit week? Yeah, I think it was last week. Shark Week was last week. Yeah, I don't like sharks. I'm not scared of sharks. I just don't like sharks. Just like they don't like us. They can stay over there and I'll stay over here. And we will all be happy.
ISO and GoPros and 3200 cover.
Okay, copy that. I'll change it.
Yeah, and with the dome light on your side, it looks good on the driver.
Oh my gosh, thank you guys.
That dome light actually doesn't look bad in here.
There'll be a lot of light till the power goes out.
Can anybody tell me who this is?
Yeah, we should get a direct hit here. Direct hit or bust for us, and then, but we're not gonna bust.
Can anybody tell me who this is? I was gonna give you guys 1,000,000 points if you could tell me who that was, but it's alright. You what? No, that was not live storm. You have to choose one, Heather. It was not live storm media. And it may have been one of them, or it may have not been one of them. Read your final answer. It was not Reed. The guy named Aaron. Nope. I don't watch Jim. I don't watch Jim. Jim is a weirdo. Just kidding, Jim. Jim, you're cool. Actually, I actually don't care. Oh, as long as I don't say his last name. My name's Jim. Jim. Short for James. I don't know. He's well known. He's known by millions. And billions. Oh, I got an eyelash in my eye or something. I just read an article that a Mall of America is in financial troubles. That's sad. It's unfortunate. So, let me go back to chat. And this is not up to date. For some reason, I think this tower is down or something. It's been down for 9. Anybody know what's going on? That looks crazy. No, I don't think it broke the tower. I think it's just down. Could be many reasons. Isn't that crazy? Let's see if it's back up now. Does anyone? Let me restart it. Hmm. I wish I could get that radar working. I'm trying to get my WSV3 back up. It's not loading. I need to just switch screens. Why is it not letting? Yeah, but WS3 doesn't want to work now. Oh, there. Still not working for some reason. Time is it? 9:44. Does anybody else in the chat use WSV3? Yeah, I think we'll probably have to use the program we're using right now. WSV3 must not be, I don't know. Sorry, this program is just as good. We can kind of take a glance at rotation and rotations here. Oh, now it's back here. Let's see how high it was though. Yeah, it's right here. Currently, we are looking at the 2 tornado warnings that are right off the coast from Hurricane Laura. There was a confirmed tornado producing storm was located 10 miles northeast of Rockefeller Wildlife Range, moving northwest at 65 miles per hour. And this is currently Hurricane Laura. I'm gonna pull up radar scope. So you still see the eye. It's kind of wobbly over here. And that may be a few different things. It could be that it is trying to recycle eyewall. Or it could mean that something is being brought in. But we are looking out from a radar that's pretty far away. So, distance-wise, we're about 73 miles away from the radar. The storm is about 62 miles from shore. Galveston, it is 93 miles from Galveston, the eye of Hurricane Laura. Morgan City is approximately 108 miles. And Port Arthur, it is about a little over 60 miles. When we get WSV3 working again, I don't know what was going on with it, but there was some issue. I'm trying to see if so we'll have to use the GR2 radar until gets back up. Let me the one dislike is somebody that lives in Florida. Why is that? I don't know, I can't see dislikes. Dislike to YouTube is the same as a like. Same algorithm. So a dislike and the 10 p.m. update, still a Cat 4. So that is the likely landfall. Cat 4, high Cat 4. I will read you. We will get into so extremely dangerous hurricane closing into the northwest Gulf Coast. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding expected tonight and early Thursday. Hurricane Laura is about 75 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and about 75 miles southeast of Port Arthur, Texas. Maximum sustained winds is 150 miles per hour. Present movement is north-northwest at 15 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure is 939 millibars. At 10 p.m., the center of Hurricane Laura was located near latitude 29.0 north, longitude 93.2 west. Laura is moving towards the northwest near 15 miles per hour. A turn towards the north is expected by early Thursday, and a northward motion could continue through the day. A northwestward to eastward motion is expected Thursday night and Friday. On the forecast track, Laura will make landfall along the southwest Louisiana coast within the next few hours and move inland within that area early Thursday. The center of Laura is forecast to move over northwestern Louisiana on Thursday, across Arkansas Thursday night, and over the mid-Mississippi Valley on Friday. Maximum sustained winds are near 150 miles per hour with higher gusts. No significant changes in strength is likely. More before landfall. Rapid weakening is expected after Laura makes or moves inland. Yep. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 60 miles. Minimum central pressure is 939 millibars. Everything's about the same. Next advisory is 1 a.m. And by 1 a.m. it should have made landfall. Most likely. What'd they say the wind? I wish I could get W. We're gonna change some things because we had WSV3 went down for some odd reason. For some lovely reason. He'll probably be back up soon. I will say the update one more time. Because I got to put it in the... So it's still at 150 miles per hour. And then oh yeah, I gotta put radar in here. You silly person. Is that good? How far is Alexandria? Yeah, you're the mod here, Heather. What do you mean, any mods? Alexandria should be getting some rain probably within the next couple hours. We keep forgetting. I need to change that. Heather, did you leave? Okay. Heather, you're the mod in here. So I got it fixed. I got it figured out. Hey, Sassy. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with. How are you? What? That cam is Galveston Pier, I think. Jay, calm yourself. Tech, you think it's an overload in people, like on programs? Man, because everything is slow. Target? I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Legitimately, I'm lost. Jeff House and Mark Bullower. I have no clue. Like, what target? If you guys are talking about WSV3, no, I think it's overloaded or something. Jay, don't even start. Sassy, thank you. I don't have any idea what's going on right now. Okay. I kind of figured something was fruity about that. Yeah, Jeff, quit trolling, please. Like, targets, there is no targets in OI. I think the program has too many people on it. And I think it is overloaded. That's what I think. Oh. Look at that epic eye. Oh, you guys can't see it. Yeah, it's Cat 4, 150 mile per hour winds.